The Secrets Within the Red Book. An intimate journey into the hidden layers of the Red Book, where Carl Jung confronts the depths of his own psyche and discovers the timeless symbols of transformation. This exploration unveils the inner architecture of Jung's visions, revealing the bridge between madness, meaning, and the birth of analytical psychology. A complete digital audiobook production by the Mercurius Foundation. This audiobook has been carefully crafted for your listening experience. We encourage you to pause, rewind, and revisit the passages that speak to you most. Introduction. Carl Jung's journey into the depths of his own psyche began with a series of vivid and intense visions, many of which he experienced as premonitions of World War I. This period was marked by a deep, almost existential crisis that shaped his thinking and laid the foundation for his later work on the unconscious. Jung's visions were not merely personal experiences. They were windows into a greater, more profound reality. In a sense, they were the beginning of his individuation process, his journey of self-realization and self-discovery, as described in his later works. It was through these experiences that he came to confront his shadow, that darker, hidden aspect of the psyche that many people prefer to ignore. These visions weren't just dreams or fanciful thoughts. They were messages, calling Jung to examine the unknown parts of himself and the world around him. During this time, Jung turned to the Red Book, a private journal where he recorded his encounters with his unconscious. This book, a chaotic mixture of art and text, represented Jung's attempt to map out the deep, labyrinthine structures of his mind. He saw these visions as a kind of communication from a deeper realm of consciousness, perhaps even a link to collective unconscious that bound all of humanity together. The Red Book was not just a cathartic outlet for Jung, but a tool to understand the larger cosmic forces at play in his life. In many ways, the book was a confrontation with the unknown, an exploration into the very fabric of the universe, guided by Jung's own inner compasses. As he journeyed deeper into this realm of visions, Jung began to realize that these weren't just random or chaotic experiences. They were part of something larger, a narrative that had existed in the psyche of humanity for centuries. The more he dove into this unconscious realm, the more he understood the deep structures of human consciousness that we all share. It became clear that the unconscious, far from being a void or a collection of random images, was a living, breathing part of our collective experience. For Jung, the Red Book became a mirror through which he could face and integrate these hidden aspects of his psyche, his personal shadow. Jung's process of individuation, facing and integrating the shadow, was a difficult and uncomfortable one. It was a process of transformation, one that would lead to a greater sense of self-understanding and self-acceptance. The visions and encounters recorded in the Red Book weren't just symbolic. They were the very foundation of Jung's later psychological work. They showed that, in order to achieve true personal growth, one must face the hidden, uncomfortable aspects of oneself, the parts of the psyche that society and rationalization often push to the background. This process of self-exploration, of confronting one's darkest fears and deepest desires, is not for the faint of heart. Jung's experiences with the Red Book also gave him a framework for understanding the world around him. The visions were not isolated events. They were part of a larger narrative, one that could be applied to the human condition at large. It was through this lens that Jung began to see the interconnectedness of all people, the shared archetypes and symbols that shaped human history. The Red Book became a kind of personal mythology, one that would influence not only his psychological theories, but also the way we think about the human experience today. The concept of the shadow. The concept of the shadow is one of the most profound aspects of Jung's psychological framework. It refers to the unconscious part of the personality that contains all the traits, desires, and impulses that an individual represses or denies. It's the dark side of our nature, those parts of ourselves that we don't want to acknowledge or accept. Jung believed that in order to achieve personal growth and individuation, we must confront the shadow. Far from being a mere psychological theory, it's a living, breathing presence in our daily lives, influencing everything from our relationships to our decisions. Jung didn't just talk about the shadow, he lived it, engaging with it directly through the Red Book, where he documented his encounters with this unconscious part of himself. Many people misunderstand the shadow. It's not just about bad traits or pure evil. It's also the parts of ourselves we've neglected or ignored, including our talents, creativity, and potential. Jung's encounter with his own shadow wasn't just about confronting darkness. It was about realizing the vast, untapped reservoir of energy that lies within us all. In fact, when we run from the shadow, we miss out on the very essence of our own transformation. The Red Book, with its disturbing images and deeply symbolic language, is a testament to this inner battle. Jung realized that the shadow wasn't something to destroy or eliminate, it was something to integrate, something to understand. The shadow doesn't appear as some obvious villain in our lives. It often takes the form of projections. We see in others the very traits we deny in ourselves. A person who is critical of others may be projecting their own self-criticism onto the world. Likewise, someone who struggles with jealousy may be confronting an unconscious envy they can't face. Jung's challenge was to recognize when he was projecting his own shadow onto others, to look at the parts of his psyche that he wanted to deny and integrate them into his conscious awareness. Only then could he begin the process of true individuation, of becoming whole. The integration of the shadow doesn't mean simply accepting everything we find within it. It requires a kind of deep, honest reckoning. Sometimes, the traits we uncover are uncomfortable, even painful to face. Yet, Jung argued that this was the only way to move forward, to face our inner demons and recognize that they are a part of us. It's not an easy journey. In fact, it's often filled with resistance. We're all stuck in the matrix of our own minds, unable to see the truth about ourselves. The only way to break free is to confront the things we don't want to see. By confronting the shadow, we also begin to understand the larger forces at play in our lives. The shadow isn't just personal, it's collective. It's part of the human experience, embedded in our culture, our history, and even our institutions. The repression of the shadow leads to societal crises, where large groups of people become disconnected from the deeper truths of their existence. Jung's theory suggested that true transformation, both personal and societal, requires us to face these hidden aspects of our collective psyche. Only through this confrontation can we begin to break free from the illusions that bind us. Parallels with movies. When we think about Jung's journey and his confrontation with the shadow, it's impossible not to draw parallels to films that explore personal transformation and self-discovery. Fight Club, for instance, captures the essence of this journey in a gritty, unapologetic way. The protagonist, much like Jung, is wrestling with his own internal conflict, struggling with a persona he can't accept and a life that feels meaningless. Enter Tyler Durden, the personification of the shadow. Tyler is everything the protagonist isn't, free, wild, and unrestrained. He represents the unconscious, the repressed desires, and the aspects of the self that the protagonist has denied. It's only through his relationship with Tyler that the protagonist begins to face these parts of himself, confronting his own fear, rage, and insecurity. The transformation in Fight Club mirrors what Jung experienced in his own life. Just as Jung had to confront his shadow and integrate it to achieve individuation, the protagonist must confront Tyler and, ultimately, himself. The film portrays the dark side of masculinity and consumerism, but it also offers a kind of redemption through self-awareness. By recognizing Tyler as a projection of his own psyche, the protagonist takes the first step toward reconciliation with his shadow. This confrontation, though violent and chaotic, becomes the catalyst for his transformation. Much like Jung's own journey, it's a confrontation with the unknown parts of the self that leads to a deeper understanding of who we are. Similarly, The Matrix offers a compelling analogy for the process of individuation and breaking free from the matrix of our own limited perceptions. In the film, Morpheus offers Neo a choice between the red pill and the blue pill, an invitation to see the truth or remain in ignorance. The red pill is a symbol of Jung's call to confront the unconscious and embrace transformation. Neo, like Jung, must go through a process of self-discovery, facing not only the external enemies but the internal struggles that define him. The Matrix is not just a physical space, it's a metaphor for the mental constructs that limit us. In a sense, both Neo and Jung are on the same journey, seeking to break free from the illusions that trap them. The concept of the trickster also plays a significant role in both Fight Club and The Matrix. In Jungian terms, the trickster is the archetype that disrupts the status quo, challenges authority, and forces us to look at the world in a different way. Tyler Durden is the trickster in Fight Club, leading the protagonist into chaos and forcing him to confront his own darkness. Similarly, Morpheus serves as the trickster in The Matrix, guiding Neo through a reality-shattering journey that forces him to question everything he knows about the world. Both characters embody the paradoxical nature of the trickster, disrupting systems to provoke transformation, yet often doing so in ways that seem contradictory or dangerous. These films, though vastly different in tone and style, are united by their exploration of the shadow and the personal transformation that comes from confronting it. Whether through violent rebellion in Fight Club or the mind-bending journey in The Matrix, both stories emphasize the importance of breaking free from the limits of the known and embracing the unknown. This process of transformation, whether it's breaking out of a toxic cycle, facing a hidden truth, or confronting an internal enemy, is at the heart of both Jung's work and the narratives explored in these films. It's a process that invites us to question everything we think we know and embrace the possibility of radical change. The hero's journey. In the journey of self-discovery, the hero's journey is a roadmap that everyone must follow if they are to truly transform. This journey, as outlined by Joseph Campbell and later adopted by Jung, is an archetypal process that reflects the path of individuation. At the beginning, the hero is often in a state of discomfort, living a life of quiet desperation or feeling disconnected from their true self. It's a place that many people know all too well, the ordinary world, as Campbell calls it. But it's precisely in this state of stagnation that the call to adventure arises. This call is the beckoning of the unconscious, urging the individual to step out of their comfort zone, just as Jung was compelled to confront his own visions and the chaos within his mind. In the hero's journey, the hero often faces trials and obstacles that challenge their assumptions and force them to confront the shadow. These challenges are the very mechanism that leads to transformation. They push the hero to confront their deepest fears, their insecurities, and the parts of themselves they have avoided. Just like in Fight Club and The Matrix, the hero is forced to confront their inner demons, whether they are externalized as Tyler Durden or as a metaphysical matrix. These figures represent the deep, hidden parts of the psyche, the very elements that need to be acknowledged for transformation to occur. It's in these trials that the hero experiences the symbolic death of their old self, paving the way for their rebirth. The hero's journey also involves receiving guidance from mentors or figures of wisdom, just as Jung found guidance in his visions. These mentors often represent a higher form of knowledge or the wisdom of the unconscious itself. Morpheus, for example, serves as a guide for Neo in The Matrix, helping him navigate the unknown. Jung had his own guides in the form of his visions, which, though chaotic and troubling, ultimately led him to greater self-awareness. The key to this stage of the hero's journey is the willingness to accept guidance and learn from those who have gone before. In the case of the modern hero, this might mean turning to philosophy, psychology, or even spiritual practices to help navigate the unknown terrain of their psyche. But even with guidance, the hero's journey is never easy. It involves suffering, breakdown, and moments of doubt. These moments are not to be avoided. They are essential to the process. The hero must fall, they must fail, and they must experience moments of deep crisis. Only in this place of crisis can the individual truly transform. Think of the hero's death as the destruction of the old self. This is the moment when the rational mind, the left brain, must give way to deeper intuition and instinct, the the realm of the right brain. It's the place where the mind's rigid structures break down, allowing the unconscious to emerge and lead the way. At the end of the hero's journey, the hero returns to the ordinary world, but they are no longer the same person. They have undergone a fundamental transformation, integrating the shadow and emerging as a more whole, more complete version of themselves. This return is not just a physical one, it is a symbolic return to the self. The transformation is not just in the external world, but in the internal world. The hero has learned to see beyond the matrix of their former perception, embracing the unknown with a deeper understanding. And much like Jung's work on individuation, this process is never truly finished. The journey of self-discovery is ongoing, a continuous cycle of death and rebirth, growth and transformation. Left brain versus right brain. The distinction between the left and right hemispheres of the brain is crucial when understanding human perception, especially in the context of transformation and individuation. The left brain is often associated with logical, analytical, and rational thinking. It's the part of the brain that wants to control, categorize, and systematize. Think of it as the voice of reason that seeks certainty and clarity in a world that is often anything but. The right brain, on the other hand, is associated with creativity, intuition, and emotional depth. It's the part of us that connects to the unconscious, to the chaotic and mysterious aspects of life. For Jung, the integration of these two hemispheres was key to individuation, the process of becoming a fully realized person, rather than being trapped in the rigidity of the left brain's constraints. In modern society, the left brain tends to dominate. We live in a world that values rationality, science, and progress, elements that are strongly aligned with the left hemisphere. But what Jung and others have realized is that when we over-prioritize the left brain, we miss out on the richness and depth of the unconscious mind. This imbalance can lead to a sense of disconnection, a loss of creativity, and a lack of deeper self-awareness. The right brain, with its capacity for intuition, imagination, and emotional connection, is often neglected. It's as if we're living in a world that only values half of who we are, forgetting that true transformation requires embracing the full spectrum of human experience. The struggle between the left and right brain is particularly evident when we consider the tension between rationalization and intuition. Rationalization is the left brain's way of making sense of the world, of creating logical frameworks that explain everything. But often, these frameworks fall short of capturing the complexity of reality. This is where intuition, the domain of the right brain, comes into play. Intuition allows us to see beyond the surface and tap into deeper truths that are not always immediately apparent. However, it's not always easy to trust intuition in a world that values reason above all else. In fact, it can feel downright uncomfortable, like stepping out of the safe, predictable structure of the left brain into the unknown territory of the right brain. Jung's journey was, in many ways, an attempt to reconcile these two sides of himself. His work with the Red Book was an effort to bridge the gap between the rational mind and the unconscious, between the left and right brain. It wasn't about discarding one side in favor of the other. It was about finding a balance, integrating both hemispheres to create a more complete, more whole self. This is where true transformation occurs, not in the rejection of one's rationality, but in the expansion of the mind to include the wisdom of the unconscious. It's about recognizing that logic alone cannot explain everything, and that intuition, emotion, and creativity have just as much value in shaping our understanding of the world. In practical terms, this integration can be challenging. We live in a society that values the left brain, with its structured, logical approach to everything. But embracing the right brain's qualities, creativity, spontaneity, and emotional depth can lead to profound personal transformation. Whether through artistic expression, meditation, or simply taking time to reflect on the deeper aspects of life, there are many ways to cultivate the right brain's power. This doesn't mean rejecting the left brain. It means integrating it with the right, creating a fuller, richer experience of the world. When we learn to trust both hemispheres of the brain, we open ourselves up to a deeper understanding of reality, one that encompasses both the known and the unknown, the rational and the intuitive. The dopamine trap. We live in a world where the dopamine trap is a constant temptation, pulling us into cycles of desire, reward, and repeat. Dopamine is the brain's reward chemical, the neurotransmitter that signals pleasure and satisfaction when we achieve something or experience something rewarding. But here's the catch. The more we chase that feeling, the more we become addicted to it. The trap lies in the fact that dopamine doesn't just reward us for things that are beneficial or fulfilling. It also rewards us for things that are fleeting or empty. Take, for example, the obsession with success in sports. Cristiano Ronaldo, for instance, embodies the relentless pursuit of greatness. Every goal, every win, brings a surge of dopamine that drives him to push harder, to achieve more. But at what cost? In a way, this never-ending chase for the next achievement can become a trap, leaving us feeling hollow once the immediate reward fades. Similarly, musicians like Jeff Buckley provide another example of how dopamine can shape our behavior. His obsession with perfection in his craft, a pursuit that led to his legendary album Grace, was driven by the same chemical forces that drive all of us. Every note, every performance, brought him a sense of satisfaction and recognition, reinforcing his desire to continue performing at an elite level. But like Ronaldo, Buckley's drive ultimately led to his tragic end. The dopamine cycle, this endless chase for validation and satisfaction, can be all-consuming, leaving us empty once the initial pleasure wears off. It's a trap that we often don't realize we're in until it's too late. The issue with the dopamine trap is that it creates a cycle where satisfaction is always just out of reach. We chase after the next high, the next goal, the next big thing, whether it's a career milestone, a new relationship, or a new material possession, only to find that once we reach it, the feeling is fleeting. The reward doesn't last long enough to provide lasting fulfillment, and so we find ourselves chasing again. This cycle becomes ingrained in our behavior, and before long, we've built our entire lives around the pursuit of dopamine hits. But here's where the problem lies. The more we focus on external rewards, the more disconnected we become from our true selves. We lose sight of what actually matters and find ourselves trapped in a never-ending loop of external validation. Jung's work on the shadow speaks directly to this issue. He would argue that our addiction to dopamine-based rewards is a form of projection. We project our need for external validation onto the world, seeking external sources of satisfaction rather than looking within. This is the essence of the shadow. It's not just about confronting the dark or negative aspects of ourselves. It's about recognizing the parts of ourselves that we've neglected, the parts that are driven by empty desires and shallow pursuits. Jung believed that to achieve true individuation, we need to stop chasing these fleeting pleasures and look inward, integrating our shadow to find deeper satisfaction. Breaking free from the dopamine trap is not easy. It requires a radical shift in perspective. Instead of looking for external rewards, we need to learn to find satisfaction in the present moment, in the process itself, rather than the outcome. This doesn't mean giving up on goals or ambitions, but it does mean rethinking our relationship with achievement. We must learn to find fulfillment in the journey, in the growth and transformation that come from within, rather than in the external validation that fleeting dopamine hits provide. When we break free from the trap, we start to live more authentically, aligned with our true selves rather than chasing after transient rewards. The role of crisis in transformation. Crisis is often seen as a negative force, something to be avoided or feared. However, when we examine the process of transformation, we realize that crisis is not only inevitable, but necessary. A crisis forces us to break out of our old ways of thinking and being, pushing us to confront the aspects of ourselves and our lives that we've been avoiding. Just like in The Matrix, where Neo's life is turned upside down after he takes the red pill, a crisis shakes us out of our complacency and forces us to question everything we thought we knew. Jung understood this process well. His visions, which were initially disturbing and chaotic, were moments of personal crisis that led him to deeper insights about himself and the world around him. In a sense, these crises were the crucibles in which his transformation took place. For many, a crisis might manifest as a breakdown, a moment when everything seems to fall apart. This can be an emotional crisis, like a breakup or the loss of a loved one, or a more existential crisis, like questioning the meaning of life. But while these moments of breakdown are painful, they are also opportunities for self-reinvention. It's only when we are stripped of our old identity, our old ways of being, that we can begin to rebuild something stronger and more authentic. Jung's own journey through crisis was a process of symbolic death, where the old version of himself had to be destroyed in order to make way for the new. This symbolic death is not about physical death, but about the death of old habits, beliefs, and patterns that no longer serve us. In a crisis, we also face the shadow. It's often during these intense moments of upheaval that our deepest fears and desires rise to the surface. The unconscious mind, which is usually hidden beneath the surface of everyday life, becomes more accessible. Jung believed that this confrontation with the shadow is a necessary part of the transformation process. When we face the darkest parts of ourselves, those parts we've been hiding or denying, we are given the chance to integrate them into our conscious awareness. This integration is what allows us to move forward and transform. Without crisis, without that moment of breakdown, we would never have the opportunity to truly grow and evolve. It's important to note that transformation doesn't always happen immediately after a crisis. Often, we go through a period of confusion, resistance, and struggle before we can emerge stronger. This process can be slow and painful, but it is also incredibly rewarding. Think of a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. It must go through a struggle to break free, but that struggle is what strengthens it. In the same way, our own crises and struggles are what shape us into more resilient, more authentic individuals. They teach us how to face adversity, how to stay grounded in the face of chaos, and how to trust ourselves in the process of transformation. One of the key lessons of crisis is the importance of surrender. In times of upheaval, it's easy to try to control the outcome, to fight against the current. But true transformation requires us to let go of control and trust the process. Just as Neo had to let go of his old beliefs to fully embrace his new reality, we must surrender to the unknown and trust that, in time, the crisis will lead us to a better version of ourselves. It's only through this surrender that we can move through the crisis and emerge transformed. Rationalization and the limits of science. Rationalization is one of the core mechanisms by which the mind attempts to impose order on the chaos of reality. It's the process by which we justify our actions, thoughts, and beliefs through logical reasoning, even when those actions or beliefs are rooted in unconscious drives. The left brain, with its obsession with categorization and explanation, thrives on rationalization. It's comforting because it provides structure and predictability in a world that often feels unpredictable and chaotic. While rationalization helps us make sense of the world, it often blinds us to deeper truths. Just as in The Matrix, where the system provides a false sense of reality to keep people docile, rationalization creates a comfortable illusion that prevents us from seeing the world as it truly is. The scientific mindset is often deeply rooted in rationalization. Science prides itself on its objectivity and its ability to explain and predict the natural world. But when we look at the limitations of science, we realize that it can only explain what is observable and measurable. It operates within the confines of the known, but it doesn't have the tools to explore the unknown, the unconscious, or the spiritual dimensions of existence. Jung recognized this limitation when he confronted the deeper, irrational aspects of the psyche. While science could explain behaviors and phenomena in terms of cause and effect, it couldn't touch the deeper layers of the unconscious, the archetypes, or the collective unconscious that shape human experience. Jung's critique of rationalization in science was not an attack on knowledge or reason. It was a call for balance. Rationality has its place, but it must be tempered by an acknowledgement of the unconscious, of the irrational and mystical aspects of life. Without this balance, we risk becoming trapped in rigid, mechanistic worldviews that leave no room for growth or transformation. This is where the concept of individuation comes in. By integrating both the rational and the irrational aspects of the psyche, we can move toward a more holistic understanding of reality. Science can explain the how of the universe, but it is only through the exploration of the unconscious that we can begin to understand the why. In many ways, the obsession with scientific progress can be seen as a form of rationalization. Modern society worships progress, viewing it as the ultimate path toward enlightenment and fulfillment. But this obsession with progress, as Nietzsche warned, can lead to a nihilistic void. The more we pursue external advancements, whether technological, social, or political, the more disconnected we become from our inner selves, from the deeper truths that cannot be measured or quantified. The scientific worldview, in its pursuit of objective truth, often ignores the subjective experiences that give life its richness and meaning. The very act of rationalizing reality, of reducing the complexity of existence to what can be observed and measured, can rob us of the deeper spiritual and emotional experiences that make life truly transformative. Jung's journey toward individuation, much like the hero's journey in The Matrix, was a challenge to break free from the rationalistic confines of the left brain and embrace the deeper, more intuitive aspects of the psyche. Just as Neo had to break free from the matrix of the artificial system, we must break free from the matrix of rationalization that traps us in a narrow understanding of reality. This isn't to say that we should abandon logic or reason, but rather that we need to acknowledge their limits and learn to balance them with the wisdom of the unconscious. Only then can we begin to see the world as it truly is, not as we've been conditioned to believe it is. Gnosticism and the Matrix analogy. Gnosticism offers a fascinating lens through which we can understand the nature of reality and our place within it. At its core, Gnosticism teaches that the material world is an illusion, a false reality created to keep us trapped in ignorance. The true nature of existence, according to Gnostics, lies beyond the physical world, in a realm of higher consciousness and deeper knowledge. This idea resonates profoundly with the analogy of the Matrix. Just as Neo is trapped in a simulated world, we too are often trapped in a matrix of our own perceptions, unable to see the deeper truths that lie beyond the surface. The red pill, offered to Neo by Morpheus, symbolizes the awakening to this higher knowledge, a knowledge that shatters the illusion and reveals the truth of our existence. The parallel between Gnosticism and the Matrix is striking. In the movie The System, the Matrix is designed to keep people complacent, to prevent them from seeing the truth of their existence. Similarly, in Gnostic thought, the material world is seen as a prison created by a lower, corrupt force to keep souls from reaching their true, divine potential. In both cases, the path to enlightenment and freedom requires us to break free from the illusion, to wake up to the truth that lies beyond the false constructs of our everyday experience. For Jung, this process of waking up was closely tied to the process of individuation, facing the unconscious, confronting the shadow, and transcending the limitations of the rational, conscious mind to access deeper levels of awareness. This awakening isn't easy. Just as Neo faces resistance from the machines and their agents, we too face resistance when we try to break free from the matrix of our own minds. The deeper truths we seek often lie hidden behind layers of rationalization, fear, and societal conditioning. These layers form the walls of our own personal matrix, keeping us trapped in a limited, narrow understanding of reality. The path to true knowledge, true individuation, requires us to confront and dismantle these walls. It's a journey fraught with difficulty and discomfort, but it's the only path that leads to true freedom and transformation. In Gnostic thought, the key to breaking free from the matrix is self-knowledge, a deep, transformative understanding of who we truly are. This is the essence of individuation in Jungian psychology. Just as the Gnostic seeks to awaken to the higher realms of existence, the individual on the path of individuation seeks to integrate the unconscious, to become whole by facing the shadow and embracing both the light and dark aspects of the self. The journey of individuation is not just about self-improvement. It's about waking up to the truth of who we are, beneath all the layers of ego and societal conditioning. This awakening leads to a profound transformation, an escape from the matrix of false realities into the light of true understanding. Ultimately, both Gnosticism and the Matrix suggest that our current reality is not the full story. There is more beneath the surface, more to us, more to life, and more to the universe than what we can see with our limited, rational minds. The process of individuation, like the red pill, invites us to see the world as it truly is, not as we've been conditioned to believe it is. It's a call to break free from the matrix of societal expectations, of self-imposed limitations, and to discover the deeper truths that await us when we embrace the full spectrum of our humanity. The journey may be difficult, but the reward is nothing short of liberation. The role of the trickster, Joker, Jesus, and the shadow. The trickster archetype is one of the most fascinating and misunderstood elements of both mythology and psychology. The trickster is a force that disrupts order, challenges authority, and exposes the hypocrisies of society. It's not about being mischievous for the sake of mischief. The trickster's purpose is to provoke transformation, often by forcing people to confront uncomfortable truths. This archetype appears in many forms, from the chaos of the Joker in The Dark Knight to the radical teachings of Jesus Christ. Both figures, in their own way, represent forces that challenge the status quo and push us to question our assumptions about morality, society, and reality itself. The Joker, particularly in the version portrayed by Heath Ledger, is a perfect example of the trickster in action. He doesn't just want to cause chaos for its own sake. He wants to expose the lies that underpin the systems of power and control in society. His chaos forces people to confront their darkest impulses and question their rigid moral codes. In a sense, the Joker is a living embodiment of the shadow, those aspects of the psyche that we reject and suppress, but which hold the key to our personal and societal transformation. Just as the Joker pushes Batman to confront his own darkness, so too does the trickster push us to face the parts of ourselves that we'd rather ignore. Jesus, too, represents a form of trickster, though his methods and message are radically different from the Joker's. While the Joker uses chaos and violence to provoke change, Jesus used love, compassion, and radical forgiveness to challenge the established religious and societal norms of his time. His teachings, though grounded in compassion, were deeply subversive. By turning the other cheek and forgiving his enemies, Jesus exposed the hypocrisy of those who claimed to follow the law but ignored its deeper moral imperatives. He was a disruptor, not in the traditional sense of violence or destruction, but through the power of love and moral courage. His life and death were a profound challenge to the established order, forcing people to confront their own shadows of judgment, hatred, and self-righteousness. Both the Joker and Jesus serve as catalysts for change, albeit in radically different ways. But they share a common goal: to push people to confront the parts of themselves they'd rather keep hidden. The trickster, in all its forms, forces us to face the hypocrisies and contradictions within ourselves and society. This confrontation is often uncomfortable and painful, but it's also necessary for growth. Just as Jung faced his own shadow through the visions recorded in the Red Book, the Joker and Jesus force us to confront our own darkness, our capacity for cruelty, judgment, and self-deception. The trickster is also a symbol of paradox, embodying qualities that seem to contradict each other. The Joker is both a villain and a mirror of Batman's own darkness. Jesus is both a gentle teacher and a revolutionary figure who challenged the very foundations of society. This duality is key to the trickster's power. It's not about fitting neatly into one category. It's about embracing the complexity of human nature and the contradictions that exist within us all. The trickster invites us to see beyond the surface and to embrace the full spectrum of our humanity, including the parts we may find difficult or uncomfortable. It's through this confrontation with the trickster that we are pushed toward true transformation. Ultimately, the trickster, whether in the form of the Joker, Jesus, or any other archetype, plays a crucial role in our individuation process. By challenging our assumptions and forcing us to confront our shadows, the trickster sets the stage for deeper self-awareness and personal transformation. It's through this process of disruption, discomfort, and confrontation that we are able to break free from the limiting constructs of the ego and move toward a more authentic, whole self. The dangers of modern society. Modern society, with all its advancements in technology, medicine, and communication, has created an illusion of progress. We are told that we are moving forward, evolving into a better, more enlightened version of humanity. But this narrative often overlooks the darker undercurrents of modern life. In many ways, society today operates as a system of control, one that keeps individuals confined within rigid structures and expectations. Institutions like the government, the medical establishment, and even social media platforms work together to create a system of conformity. People are told what to think, how to act, and what to believe. And when someone steps outside of these prescribed norms, when they begin to question or challenge the system, they are often labeled as deviant, sick, or even mentally ill. The medicalization of difference is one of the most insidious dangers of modern society. In the past, individuals who exhibited behaviors or thought patterns that deviated from the norm might have been seen as eccentric, creative, or just misunderstood. Today, however, these same individuals are often pathologized. Their unique perspectives are reduced to symptoms of a disorder, and they are treated with medication or therapy designed to make them conform to societal expectations. This process of labeling, which often has little to do with actual mental health, suppresses creativity and individuality. Instead of fostering diverse ways of thinking and being, society encourages uniformity, stifling the very transformation and growth that Jung emphasized in his work on individuation. This control mechanism extends beyond the medical realm. Social institutions, media, education, and even family structures often work in tandem to reinforce societal norms. The rise of social media, for example, has created a culture of comparison, where individuals constantly measure their worth against the curated lives of others. This has led to an epidemic of anxiety, depression, and self-doubt, as people feel pressured to conform to an idealized version of success and happiness. In this context, the individual becomes lost in the noise, disconnected from their true self and their deeper purpose. Rather than focusing on personal growth and transformation, modern society encourages external validation and superficial success. At the heart of this problem is a deep fear of the unknown, of the unconscious, and of anything that challenges the status quo. The systems of control that dominate modern society are built on the premise of stability, maintaining order, predictability, and control. But this stability comes at the cost of individual freedom, creativity, and transformation. Society's insistence on rationalization and uniformity leads to a lack of depth and meaning in people's lives. Instead of embracing the unconscious, the irrational, and the unknown, we are encouraged to shut them out, to dismiss them as irrelevant or dangerous. This repression of the deeper parts of the self, what Jung would call the shadow, prevents people from achieving true individuation, from integrating all aspects of their being. Breaking free from these control mechanisms is not easy. It requires a radical shift in perspective, a willingness to question everything we've been taught to believe. It means rejecting the notion that success is defined by external achievements, by the approval of society, or by the conformity to prescribed norms. Instead, it means embracing the messy, uncomfortable, and unpredictable process of self-discovery and transformation. It means learning to trust the wisdom of the unconscious, to confront our shadows, and to allow ourselves to be fully human, both rational and irrational, light and dark, predictable and chaotic. Only by rejecting the rigid constraints of modern society can we begin to experience true freedom and transformation. Suicide as a symbolic death and transformation. Suicide is one of the most difficult and taboo topics to discuss, Yet when we look at it through the lens of psychology, particularly Jungian thought, it can be understood as a symbolic act of death and transformation. This doesn't mean that every instance of suicide should be viewed in this way, but rather that, in a psychological and symbolic sense, suicide represents the ultimate crisis, the end of an old self and the beginning of something new. For many, suicidal thoughts arise when the pain of life becomes unbearable, when the identity they've known is no longer sufficient to carry them forward. In these moments, the old self is destroyed, but not always in a way that leads to physical death. The symbolic death is a necessary step toward transformation, a shedding of the old identity to make space for a new one. This idea of symbolic death is closely tied to the process of individuation. Jung believed that in order to grow, we must be willing to let go of the old ways of being, those parts of ourselves that no longer serve us or that we have outgrown. The crisis of a symbolic death occurs when the ego is faced with the need to surrender control, to confront the unconscious, and to embrace the unknown aspects of ourselves. Just as a snake must shed its skin to grow, so too must we shed our old identities in order to become who we are meant to be. Suicide, in this symbolic sense, can represent the moment when an individual feels they must end their current identity in order to be reborn into a more authentic version of themselves. It's important to recognize that this symbolic death is not about glorifying suicide, but about understanding the psychological processes that underlie such extreme thoughts. Often, individuals experiencing these feelings feel trapped, as though their current self has become intolerable. The desire to end it all may stem from a feeling of being disconnected from any sense of meaning or purpose. However, if we approach these feelings with compassion and a willingness to understand, we can recognize that the desire for suicide may be a cry for a new way of being, a desperate plea to escape the limitations of the old self. In this sense, the symbolic death is not about the end of life, but the end of an old narrative and the beginning of a new one. Through the lens of Jungian psychology, the symbolic death can be seen as part of a larger process of transformation. Just as Jesus underwent death and resurrection, the individual who experiences a symbolic death is given the opportunity to rise again, reborn but different. This transformation requires immense courage, as it involves letting go of the safety and predictability of the old self. But it is through this very process of death and rebirth that individuals can experience a profound shift in consciousness, gaining access to deeper parts of themselves and emerging stronger and more integrated. In this way, the symbolic death becomes not just a crisis, but an essential part of the individuation journey. In practical terms, anyone going through a period of crisis or facing thoughts of suicide can benefit from engaging with the unconscious, exploring the deeper layers of their psyche through therapy, art, or introspection. These practices can help bring to light the aspects of the self that are ready to be shed and transformed. It's about confronting the old self, the parts that are no longer serving us, and making space for a more authentic version of who we are. This is a process of healing, growth, and self-actualization, one that requires patience, understanding, and support. The key is recognizing that, while the pain of the old self may feel overwhelming, it is not the end. It is merely the beginning of a new chapter in the story of who we are becoming. The cyclical nature of cultural change. The cyclical nature of cultural change is an essential concept for understanding the ebb and flow of societal evolution. History doesn't progress in a straight line. Rather, it moves in cycles where societies swing between different paradigms, often reacting to the excesses or imbalances of the previous cycle. This dynamic is evident when we look at the pendulum swing between conservative and progressive movements, each side demonizing the other while pushing its own vision of the future. These cycles are not merely political, they are deeply embedded in the collective psyche, influenced by the cultural archetypes that shape our worldviews. Jung saw these cycles as part of the larger process of individuation, where both the individual and society must face its shadow and evolve into a more integrated form of existence. One of the key features of cultural cycles is the tension between the desire for stability and the drive for change. Societies tend to seek stability during periods of upheaval, looking for structures, systems, and ideologies that can provide order and predictability. But over time, these systems become rigid, and the need for change emerges. This cycle of stability followed by revolution is seen throughout history, from the fall of empires to the rise of new philosophical movements. Each side, whether conservative or progressive, holds an essential truth, but in their obsession with maintaining their own vision of the world, they fail to see the value in the opposite perspective. This is where the cultural cycle becomes problematic. It swings too far in one direction, only to be countered by an equally extreme reaction, without ever achieving true balance or integration. Jung's concept of the shadow plays a crucial role in understanding this cyclical process. Each cultural shift, whether it's a conservative backlash or a progressive uprising, represents the unconscious aspects of society coming to the surface. These movements often begin as a reaction to the repression of certain truths or values. For example, when society becomes too rigid and authoritarian, a progressive movement will rise to challenge it, bringing with it the ideals of freedom, equality, and individual rights. However, as this movement gains power, it can also become rigid and authoritarian in its own right, eventually leading to a new cultural crisis. This cycle repeats itself, with society constantly swinging between extremes, never truly addressing the underlying issues that fuel the conflict. The fear of cultural stagnation is a reflection of the fear of madness, something that Jung explored extensively in his own life. He believed that societies that fail to evolve or face their shadow can become trapped in unhealthy patterns, much like the individual who refuses to confront the unconscious. Just as an individual's inability to face the unconscious can lead to neurosis, a society that refuses to engage with its own darker impulses can become stagnant and destructive. This stagnation often manifests in the form of cultural or ideological extremism, where both sides become so entrenched in their positions that they can no longer see the potential for a more integrated solution. Jung's journey of self-discovery was an effort to break free from this stagnation, to confront his own shadow and evolve into a more whole person. Similarly, societies must confront their own shadows and break free from the cycles of conflict and division if they are to progress in a healthy, sustainable way. The key to breaking out of these cultural cycles lies in integration. Just as the individuation process involves integrating the unconscious aspects of the self, societies must learn to integrate their own shadows. This means acknowledging the value in both conservative and progressive movements, recognizing that each side has something important to offer. Rather than swinging between extremes, society must learn to find balance, to embrace change while also respecting tradition, to challenge the status quo without destroying it entirely. This process of integration is slow and difficult, but it is essential for true cultural evolution. Only through this kind of conscious engagement with the shadow can society move beyond the cycle of conflict and towards a more harmonious future. Jung's fear of madness. Jung's own journey into the depths of the unconscious was fraught with fear, particularly the fear of madness. When he began his exploration into the unconscious, Jung was deeply aware of the potential danger it posed. The visions he experienced, documented in the Red Book, were not just creative or symbolic, they were terrifying and deeply destabilizing. At one point, Jung feared that by embracing these visions, he might lose his grip on reality, descending into madness. This fear is something that many people can relate to, especially when they venture into the unknown parts of themselves. The idea of confronting the unconscious, the chaotic, irrational, and often terrifying aspects of the psyche, can feel like stepping into a void, where the boundaries of self and sanity become blurred. This fear of madness, however, was not an obstacle for Jung. It was a challenge that propelled him forward. Rather than avoiding the unconscious, he chose to dive into it, to confront it head-on, understanding that to truly integrate the unconscious and become whole, one must be willing to face the darkness within. The process of individuation for Jung was not about bypassing the shadow or ignoring the unconscious. It was about embracing it, no matter how disturbing or destabilizing it may seem. In this sense, Jung's fear of madness was not a sign of weakness, but an integral part of the process of self-discovery. He knew that to be truly whole, one must confront all parts of the self, including those that scare us the most. This fear of madness is also closely tied to the fear of the unknown. In society, we are often conditioned to seek stability and certainty, to cling to what we know and understand. The idea of venturing into the unknown, whether it's through spiritual practice, psychological exploration, or even personal transformation, can seem dangerous and destabilizing. But Jung understood that true growth and transformation require a willingness to embrace uncertainty. Just as Neo in the Matrix had to take the red pill and face the unknown to free himself from the simulated reality, we too must confront the unknown aspects of our psyche if we are to achieve true individuation. This is where the tension lies. We are simultaneously drawn to the unknown by the promise of growth and transformation, yet terrified of what we might find. In this sense, Jung's fear of madness is also a reflection of the broader societal fear of nonconformity. Society often views those who challenge the established order or think outside the box as mad or unstable. Those who question the norms, whether in politics, religion, or personal identity, are often labeled as outliers or deviants. This reflects a deep cultural fear of losing control, of stepping outside the safe boundaries of the known. But as Jung's work shows us, it's only by confronting these fears, by embracing the chaos and uncertainty of the unconscious, that we can break free from the constraints of society's expectations and move toward a more authentic, integrated self. Ultimately, Jung's fear of madness was a necessary part of his journey, as it forced him to confront the deepest, most challenging aspects of his own psyche. But by doing so, he was able to transcend this fear and integrate the unconscious, achieving a state of wholeness that many can only aspire to. This process of facing one's darkest fears, of confronting the parts of ourselves that we would rather ignore, is at the heart of individuation. It's only by embracing these fears and integrating them into our conscious awareness that we can truly transform, both as individuals and as a society. The Antichrist and Progress Myth. In the modern world, the myth of progress holds an almost sacred place. We are taught from a young age that progress is the ultimate goal. Society must move forward, and humanity must evolve toward higher states of being. Yet, paradoxically, this worship of progress often leads to a profound sense of emptiness and existential despair. Nietzsche famously proclaimed that God is dead, not as an atheistic declaration, but as a critique of the emptiness left by the relentless pursuit of progress and rationality. In the wake of the death of traditional values, society's unyielding faith in progress can sometimes feel like a double-edged sword. While it promises salvation, it can also lead to nihilism, as the constant march toward improvement fails to address deeper, more existential questions about meaning and purpose. The concept of the Antichrist, particularly in the context of Jung's work, can be understood as a symbolic figure that represents the rejection of the old world order and the emergence of something new. But the Antichrist is not just an external, evil force. It is also an internal force, representing the breakdown of old structures and the destruction of outdated belief systems. In many ways, the worship of progress functions like the Antichrist, undermining traditional spiritual values and creating a void that is difficult to fill. This is the paradox of progress. It promises a better future, but in doing so, it often leaves people feeling disillusioned and disconnected from deeper sources of meaning. The Antichrist, in this sense, is a symbol of the destruction of values and the search for meaning in a world that seems increasingly devoid of it. What's troubling about this myth of progress is that it often leads to an over-reliance on science, technology, and rationality to explain and solve all of life's problems. While these tools can be incredibly useful, they are not sufficient to address the full range of human experience. Jung believed that the overemphasis on scientific progress, while valuable in some contexts, could lead to a kind of intellectual hubris. It's as if society believes that by conquering the material world, it has solved the deeper existential questions of human existence. But the truth is, progress can't provide the answers to life's most profound questions, questions of love, purpose, and the meaning of suffering. These are questions that lie beyond the reach of science and technology. The myth of progress also feeds into a cultural narrative that suggests that failure is something to be avoided at all costs. In a world obsessed with success, achievement, and upward mobility, failure is often seen as a moral failing, a sign of inadequacy or weakness. Yet, as Jung and many other thinkers have pointed out, failure is an essential part of the human experience. It is through failure that we learn, grow, and ultimately transform. The rejection of failure in favor of perpetual progress leads to a kind of existential burnout, where people are constantly chasing after an ideal that can never be fully realized. This myth of progress, in its relentless pursuit of success, often ignores the necessary process of self-discovery and personal growth that can only come through the acceptance of failure and imperfection. In Jungian terms, the Antichrist is not merely a figure of destruction. It is a figure that challenges us to confront the limits of progress and the illusions of perfection. The myth of progress, when taken to extremes, becomes a form of idolatry, worshipping an ideal that ultimately leads to emptiness. True progress, according to Jung, is not about achieving external success or conquering the world. It is about internal transformation, about embracing the unconscious, confronting the shadow, and integrating all aspects of the self. In this way, the true path of progress is not linear or outward, but cyclical and inward, requiring us to continually confront and transcend our limitations. The unconscious mind's creativity. Jung had a radical idea. What if the unconscious wasn't just a dark vault of forgotten memories and suppressed desires, but a creative powerhouse? He proposed that the unconscious mind isn't passive. It actively generates symbols, archetypes, and intuitive insights that shape our perception of reality. This isn't just theoretical speculation. Think about how dreams work. Have you ever woken up from a dream so vivid, symbolic, and layered that it felt like a movie written by an unseen force? That's your unconscious mind flexing its creative muscle, constructing narratives, blending emotions, and speaking in a language deeper than words. The right hemisphere of the brain plays a huge role in this process. While the left hemisphere is busy structuring our daily lives with logic and order, the right hemisphere is constantly absorbing, associating, and creating. It processes symbols, emotions, and nonlinear experiences, making it the epicenter of intuitive creativity. This is why artists, musicians, and even great thinkers often describe their best ideas as something that came to them, rather than something they consciously pieced together. The unconscious mind is always at work, whispering solutions and insights in the language of images, feelings, and symbols. Consider this. A writer struggling with writer's block may spend days trying to force an idea through sheer willpower. But the moment they step away, taking a walk, doodling, or listening to music, the idea suddenly emerges, seemingly out of nowhere. That's the unconscious mind at play, assembling fragments of information in ways the conscious mind simply can't. This is why Jungian therapy often encourages indirect methods of accessing the unconscious, because logical analysis alone won't always get us there. Sometimes we need to tap into a different kind of intelligence. A practical way to harness this creative force is through what Jung called active imagination. This technique involves engaging with the unconscious as if it were a conversation, drawing, writing, or even speaking to the images and emotions that arise spontaneously. Many breakthroughs in therapy happen when a patient stops analyzing and starts expressing. Have you ever noticed how sketching random shapes or freewriting can suddenly unlock hidden emotions or thoughts? That's the unconscious mind bringing buried material to the surface through creative expression. Now, if the unconscious mind is so powerful, what happens when we actively work with it instead of against it? Jung believed that the more we engage with our unconscious through creativity, the closer we get to true self-awareness. And one of the best ways to do this? Understanding the difference between the right and left hemispheres of the brain and how they shape our perception of reality. Right versus left brain hemispheres. Most people go through life without realizing they have two distinct minds working inside their heads. The left hemisphere, the planner, the strategist, the keeper of structure, is obsessed with logic, language, and order. It loves categories, labels, and predictability. The right hemisphere, on the other hand, is the artist, the dreamer, the intuitive force that sees the bigger picture. It thrives in creativity, emotions, and symbolic perception. Jung may not have had access to modern neuroscience, but he understood this duality long before brain scans confirmed it. He saw the tension between the structured, ego-driven left brain and the free, expansive right brain as central to human psychology. Imagine someone trapped in rigid thought patterns, waking up at the same time, following the same routines, making decisions purely based on logic and external expectations. That's the left hemisphere in full control. It's useful, even necessary, but if over-relied upon, it stifles creativity and emotional depth. Now, think of someone lost in intuition, constantly dreaming, feeling deeply, but unable to ground their ideas into action. That's the right hemisphere unrestrained, a wellspring of inspiration without the discipline to shape it into something tangible. True mental balance comes from integrating both sides, allowing the logical and the creative to work in harmony. Take a moment to reflect on how this plays out in everyday life. A musician may feel a melody emerge intuitively, right brain, but they need structure, scales, and technique, left brain, to refine it into a masterpiece. A scientist may work with data and logic, left brain, but their biggest breakthroughs often come from a sudden flash of insight, an intuitive leap, right brain. The most successful people, whether in business, art, or psychology, have learned how to access both hemispheres, shifting between them as needed. The complexity of a task determines which hemisphere takes the lead. If something is familiar, repetitive, and structured, like following instructions, calculating numbers, or organizing a schedule, the left hemisphere dominates. But when faced with ambiguity, new experiences, or abstract concepts like interpreting art, navigating emotions, or solving novel problems, the right hemisphere becomes more active. This explains why people struggling with personal growth often feel stuck. They're trying to force solutions logically, instead of engaging their creative, symbolic mind. Case study: art therapy with a depressed woman. Imagine a woman trapped in a cycle of depression, unable to articulate what's truly weighing her down. She has tried traditional therapy, talking, analyzing, rationalizing, but nothing seems to break through the heaviness she feels. Then, Jung suggests something unusual. Instead of explaining her emotions, she should paint them. No artistic skill required, no rules, just colors, shapes, and whatever her intuition guides her to create. At first, she resists. What could painting possibly do that words haven't already tried? But as she hesitantly picks up a brush, something unexpected happens. The first strokes are hesitant, clumsy, almost childlike, just like her emotions, tangled and unclear. But Jung wasn't looking for a perfect painting. He was looking for something deeper. As she continues, her unconscious mind starts to speak through symbols, bypassing the rigid structures of her left brain. She paints dark, swirling forms, chaotic patterns, strange imagery that she can't quite explain. Yet, in these abstract shapes, there is something raw and real, something her logical mind has been suppressing for years. Days pass, and the act of painting becomes easier. The images begin to change, less chaotic, more structured, as if her mind is slowly untangling itself. She starts noticing recurring symbols in her work: a locked door, a broken bridge, a bird struggling to fly. Jung, observing these images, knows they are not random. The unconscious mind speaks in symbols, and here it is, revealing her internal struggles in a way words never could. Her depression, once a vague and overwhelming fog, is now manifesting in clear, visual language. Jung encourages her to engage with these symbols. Instead of merely observing them, he asks, "What do they mean to you?" Why do you think these images keep appearing? At first, she doesn't know. But as she continues painting, something shifts. She begins to feel the answers rather than rationalize them. The locked door represents a part of herself she has shut away. The broken bridge symbolizes a past relationship that left her wounded. The struggling bird? That's her own longing for freedom, for expression, for something beyond the constraints she has placed on herself. This is the power of right-brain communication. It bypasses the ego, the defenses, the endless loops of rationalization. It speaks in a language older than words, a language the unconscious mind understands. And as her paintings evolve, so does she. The rigid walls of her psyche begin to soften. Her depression, once an undefined weight, now has form, color, and even a path forward. But what makes this process truly remarkable isn't just the painting itself, it's the deeper force behind it. Symbolism, the key to unlocking the unconscious. Symbolism in art is therapy. Symbols are the secret language of the unconscious mind. They appear in dreams, myths, and even casual doodles, carrying messages that the rational mind often fails to grasp. In Jungian therapy, artistic expression isn't just about painting for relaxation. It's a tool to access these hidden messages. The depressed woman in our case study didn't just create random images. She unknowingly gave shape to her internal conflicts. And this is where the real magic happens. As she continued painting, her unconscious mind began communicating with her, revealing patterns she hadn't noticed before. At first, her artwork seemed chaotic, filled with jagged lines, dark colors, and fragmented shapes. But over time, something changed. Without consciously trying, her paintings started incorporating more structured forms, circles, pathways, even figures with defined expressions. This shift wasn't just aesthetic, it reflected an inner transformation. Jung understood that the process of creating art mirrors psychological development. The unconscious mind, when allowed to express itself, organizes chaos into meaning. Her artistic journey was, in essence, her psyche rebalancing itself. A fascinating aspect of this process is how universal certain symbols are. Snakes, for example, often appear in people's artwork during deep emotional shifts. In Jungian psychology, the snake represents transformation and healing, shedding the old self to make way for the new. Similarly, doors and bridges frequently emerge when someone is on the verge of an emotional breakthrough, symbolizing transition and new possibilities. This isn't coincidence. It's proof that our unconscious speaks a symbolic language shared across cultures and generations. This is why art therapy is so powerful. It allows people to bypass the rigid logic of the left hemisphere and tap directly into the intuitive creativity of the right hemisphere. By working with symbols rather than against them, individuals can decode their own emotions in a way that words alone cannot capture. Have you ever felt drawn to a certain image, shape, or color without knowing why? That's your unconscious speaking. One way to explore this is to try free drawing or painting without a plan, just letting your hand move and later analyzing what emerged. Patterns may start to appear, revealing thoughts and emotions that were just below the surface. But symbolism in art therapy isn't just about understanding the past, it's about shaping the future. When guided correctly, this process leads to personal integration and healing, ultimately moving an individual closer to their true self. And there's one symbol in particular that embodies this journey like no other: the mandala. The role of archetypes and symbols. Jung believed that symbols weren't just personal, they were universal. They come from something deeper than individual experience, the collective unconscious. This is why ancient myths, religious imagery, and even modern movies share common themes. The hero's journey, the wise old mentor, the shadowy villain, these are not just storytelling tropes. They are archetypes, patterns of the unconscious mind expressing itself across time and culture. And in therapy, when patients engage in artistic expression, these archetypes often emerge organically, revealing profound truths about their inner struggles. Take, for example, the case of our patient. As her paintings evolved, certain symbols kept appearing. a snake coiling around a tree, a cracked egg, a spiral leading into darkness. Each of these images has deep psychological meaning. The snake, across cultures, represents transformation and rebirth. Just as it sheds its skin, the individual sheds outdated beliefs and emerges renewed. The egg is a classic symbol of potential, growth, and the emergence of a new self. The spiral, a journey inward into the depths of the unconscious. She wasn't just painting, she was externalizing the deep, internal shifts taking place within her psyche. Why does this matter? Because when these symbols appear, they offer a roadmap to healing. A person who constantly dreams of drowning, for instance, may not be experiencing random nightmares. It's often a sign that they feel emotionally overwhelmed in waking life. A recurring image of a locked door could indicate suppressed trauma or fear of change. Jungian therapy doesn't just analyze these symbols. It encourages people to engage with them. What would happen if, in a dream, instead of fearing the snake, you followed it? Or if, in a painting, you opened the locked door instead of leaving it shut? These symbolic interactions can lead to real psychological breakthroughs. Even outside of therapy, symbols shape how we navigate the world. Corporate logos, religious icons, even national flags, they all carry an emotional weight beyond their visual form. This is because our minds are wired to process meaning through imagery. When a person connects with a personal symbol, whether through art, dreams, or meditation, it provides a direct link to their unconscious. Have you ever felt inexplicably drawn to a certain type of imagery? A landscape, a recurring number, an animal that keeps appearing in your life? That's not coincidence. That's your unconscious speaking in a language older than words. But if archetypes and symbols are the language of the unconscious, what happens when they are deliberately structured into something cohesive? This is where Jung introduced one of his most profound therapeutic tools, the mandala. More than just an artistic design, it represents the core of individuation, the process of integrating the conscious and unconscious self. There's a reason mandalas appear in cultures worldwide, from Buddhist sand paintings to the intricate rose windows of Gothic cathedrals. Jung saw something deeper in them, a universal symbol of wholeness, a blueprint of the psyche striving for balance. He didn't just study mandalas, he used them as a therapeutic tool, asking patients to create their own as a way of mapping their inner worlds. And the results were astonishing. People who struggled to articulate their emotions suddenly found clarity in symmetrical patterns and colors. Their unconscious minds, rather than resisting, embraced the process, revealing hidden truths in geometric form. For our patient, the transition from chaotic, fragmented imagery to structured mandalas was no accident. As she engaged with her unconscious through painting, her psyche sought balance, and mandalas naturally emerged as a way to integrate her emotions. What began as scattered symbols, snakes, doors, broken paths, gradually formed into circular designs, representing unity and self-integration. This was the process of individuation in action, the conscious and unconscious minds moving toward harmony. Jung believed that when people spontaneously created mandalas, it was a sign that deep healing was taking place. But why circles? The circle is an ancient representation of completeness. Unlike a square or triangle, it has no sharp edges or points of separation. It flows continuously, symbolizing the cyclical nature of growth, death, and rebirth. In Jungian therapy, when a person begins drawing circles or structured patterns, it often signals a subconscious attempt to heal. This is why many spiritual practices use mandalas in meditation. The act of focusing on a centered design mirrors the process of centering the self, bringing scattered emotions into alignment. Creating a mandala isn't just for therapy. It's a tool anyone can use to access deeper parts of themselves. Try this. Take a blank sheet of paper, draw a large circle, and let your intuition guide you in filling it. Don't overthink it. Use colors, shapes, or symbols that feel right, even if they don't make logical sense. Then step back and observe. Do any patterns emerge? Do certain colors dominate? What emotions arise? This simple practice can reveal more than hours of introspection, as it bypasses the ego and lets the unconscious speak directly. Neuroscientific validation of Jung's ideas. Jung may not have had access to fMRI scans, but modern neuroscience is proving what he intuited nearly a century ago. The brain is wired to process symbols, and creativity is deeply linked to emotional healing. Studies on brain function reveal that engaging in artistic expression activates the right hemisphere, the region responsible for intuition, spatial awareness, and nonverbal communication. When patients create mandalas, paint, or even engage in free-form drawing, neural networks associated with self-reflection and emotional processing light up, suggesting that visual language plays a critical role in psychological integration. The left and right hemispheres are constantly in dialogue, but when one dominates too much, such as the left brain's preference for logic and rigidity, mental imbalances occur. Neuroscientists have found that individuals who struggle with anxiety and depression often have overactive left hemispheres, fixated on patterns of rumination and repetitive thought loops. Engaging in creative activities shifts the balance, stimulating the right hemisphere and breaking these cognitive cycles. This aligns perfectly with Jung's therapeutic use of art. It wasn't about making aesthetically pleasing images, but about unlocking unconscious emotions and promoting right brain communication. Another fascinating discovery is how the unconscious mind processes symbols before the conscious mind even registers them. Research in cognitive neuroscience shows that people react emotionally to symbols and archetypes even if they don't consciously recognize them. This explains why dreams, myths, and even abstract paintings can stir deep emotions without an obvious reason. Jung's concept of the collective unconscious finds strong support here. If the brain is inherently programmed to respond to certain symbols, it suggests that these archetypes are not just cultural, but biologically embedded in human cognition. Consider the case of stroke patients who lose function in their left hemisphere. Many develop enhanced creative abilities as their right brain compensates, displaying newfound artistic talent, increased intuition, and deeper emotional perception. This phenomenon, sometimes called sudden artistic syndrome, demonstrates that the right hemisphere is a powerhouse of symbolic language and creativity, often suppressed by the dominant, structured left brain. It's almost as if Jung's ideas about individuation and self-integration have a direct neurological basis. The more we engage with symbolic thinking, the more balanced our minds become. If neuroscience supports Jung's claims, then what does this mean for modern psychology? Are we underestimating the power of creativity and symbolism in mental health treatment? Traditional psychology often prioritizes verbal analysis, but Jung's approach suggests that true healing might lie in engaging the unconscious through nonverbal means, art, symbols, and visual storytelling. Implications for modern psychology. Jung's ideas challenge the way modern psychology approaches mental health. In a world obsessed with logic, data, and clinical diagnoses, the notion that creativity, symbolism, and archetypes play a central role in healing often gets dismissed as unscientific. But here's the reality: people don't just think in words, they think in images, emotions, and unconscious associations. Neuroscience now supports what Jung knew intuitively. Engaging with the unconscious mind through creative expression can be just as effective, if not more so, than traditional talk therapy. The question is, why isn't this approach more widely embraced? One reason is the dominance of reductionist psychology, which tends to view mental health through a strictly biochemical lens. Depression? A serotonin imbalance. Anxiety? Overactive amygdala. While these explanations hold some truth, they fail to address the deeper, symbolic struggles that shape human experience. This is why many people undergoing therapy feel like something is missing, because the unconscious mind isn't just a collection of neurons firing. It's a landscape filled with personal and universal symbols, all demanding to be understood. Jungian therapy offers a bridge between the clinical and the intuitive, integrating neuroscience with the profound depth of the human psyche. Consider the rise of alternative therapies that incorporate creativity, art therapy, music therapy, even guided visualization. These approaches are gaining traction not because they replace traditional psychology, but because they fill a gap that science alone cannot. Studies show that engaging in artistic expression reduces cortisol, the stress hormone, increases neuroplasticity, and fosters emotional resilience. People who struggle to articulate their trauma often find breakthroughs in nonverbal expression. This isn't magic. It's the brain responding to its natural language, the language of symbols. Jung's concept of individuation, becoming one's true integrated self, is more relevant than ever. In a digital age where people are bombarded with external narratives, disconnected from their inner worlds, there's an urgent need for psychological tools that reconnect them with themselves. Could the future of therapy lie in a more balanced approach, one that merges scientific rigor with intuitive creativity? If people started using Jung's methods, even outside of therapy, how much more aligned would they feel? How many unresolved emotions could be unearthed through art, dream analysis, or even mindful observation of recurring life symbols? The implications are vast. What if, instead of merely treating symptoms, modern psychology focused on unlocking creative potential? What if people were encouraged to explore their unconscious through artistic expression, not just cognitive analysis? Jung believed that healing wasn't just about fixing what was broken, it was about integrating all parts of the self. And as science continues to validate his insights, it's becoming clear. The future of mental health may not just be in pills or therapy sessions, but in rediscovering the lost art of engaging with the unconscious. Jung's unconscious and neuroscience. For decades, Carl Jung's theories about the unconscious mind were dismissed as speculative, too mystical for serious scientific study. But today, neuroscience is beginning to catch up. Modern brain research is uncovering something astonishing. Jung's idea that the unconscious is not just a passive storage of repressed thoughts, but an active, intelligent force may be more accurate than anyone previously imagined. Scientists studying brain hemispheres, symbolic communication, and subconscious processing are finding evidence that aligns with Jungian psychology in ways that were once thought impossible. One of the most groundbreaking discoveries is how the brain's right hemisphere plays a crucial role in processing unconscious material. While traditional psychology focused on verbal reasoning and logic, functions of the left hemisphere, recent neuroscience experiments show that creativity, imagination, and deep emotional insights originate from the right hemisphere. This supports Jung's claim that the unconscious communicates through symbols, dreams, and archetypes rather than direct language. The human mind, it turns out, is far more layered and dynamic than the reductionist models of the past suggested. The deeper researchers dive into neural activity and subconscious processes, the more they find a structured intelligence within the unconscious. Brain scans reveal that the mind processes problems unconsciously before conscious awareness even kicks in. This means that your brain is already working on solutions, recognizing patterns, and responding emotionally before your logical mind can analyze a situation. Jung understood this instinctively. He often described the unconscious as a guiding force, capable of shaping behavior and even offering insights through symbolic means. What's even more fascinating is that neuroscience is beginning to support Jung's idea that different layers of the unconscious mind interact with one another. The distinction between the personal unconscious, formed from an individual's experiences, and the collective unconscious, a deeper layer shared across all of humanity, is no longer just a philosophical concept. Studies in epigenetics and ancestral trauma suggest that memories, fears, and even behavioral tendencies can be passed down across generations, aligning with Jung's theory that the unconscious carries knowledge beyond a single lifetime. If Jung was right about the unconscious being an intelligent force shaping our perceptions, emotions, and creativity, then what else could he have been right about? To answer that, we need to go back to one of psychology's most famous rivalries, Jung and Freud. While Freud viewed the unconscious as a battlefield of repressed desires, Jung saw it as something far greater. And as modern science continues to evolve, It's becoming increasingly clear that this philosophical split may have determined how psychology, and even our understanding of human nature, developed in the modern world. Jung and Freud's divergence. Freud and Jung, two titans of psychology who started as allies but ended as intellectual adversaries. Freud's model of the unconscious was groundbreaking for its time, but it was also deeply reductionist. He saw the unconscious as a reservoir of primal instincts, repressed traumas, and unresolved childhood conflicts. To him, the human mind was little more than a battlefield of suppressed desires fighting against societal norms. Jung, however, saw something much deeper. He believed that the unconscious wasn't just a chaotic storage unit of repressed urges, but an intelligent, autonomous force with its own purpose and personality. Jung argued that the unconscious wasn't just a reflection of past traumas, but an active guide, offering insights, creativity, and even spiritual intelligence. He introduced concepts like the collective unconscious, which suggested that we inherit deep psychological structures, including universal symbols and archetypes, across generations. Freud, on the other hand, dismissed these ideas as mystical and unscientific. He believed that Jung's views drifted too far from empirical evidence, labeling them as dangerously close to spirituality rather than science. Their friendship fractured, and psychology split into two paths, one dominated by Freud's mechanistic view of the mind, and another that embraced Jung's more holistic and symbolic perspective. To understand their difference in approach, imagine this. Freud's method is like treating a wound by examining only the surface symptoms. He looked for the trauma, the repression, the childhood event that shaped behavior. Jung's method, however, is like looking at the entire ecosystem of the psyche. He wanted to know why certain symbols kept appearing in dreams, why myths across cultures carried the same underlying stories, and why people's unconscious minds seemed to guide them toward growth, not just repression. One of Jung's most profound departures from Freud was in how he viewed the unconscious mind's communication. Freud saw dreams as disguised wish fulfillment, mostly linked to repressed desires. Jung, however, saw them as symbolic messages from the unconscious, using a language older than words, one made of archetypes, imagery, and emotions. This distinction is crucial because it reframes the unconscious not as a problem to be fixed, but as a teacher offering guidance. If Jung's ideas about the unconscious were correct, then what role does the brain itself play in this process? Can modern neuroscience explain why Jung's theories on symbols, archetypes, and subconscious intelligence continue to resonate today? The answer lies in how the right and left hemispheres of the brain process reality, a discovery that would further validate Jung's revolutionary insights. For centuries, people believed that human thought was a singular, unified process, but modern neuroscience has shattered that illusion. The brain is actually divided into two hemispheres, each with its own way of perceiving reality. The left hemisphere is analytical, logical, and obsessed with structure, while the right hemisphere is creative, intuitive, and deeply connected to symbolism and the unconscious mind. Carl Jung didn't have access to brain scans, but his work perfectly aligned with what neuroscientists now know. The right hemisphere is the gateway to the unconscious, making it the key to creativity, spiritual intelligence, and even deeper self-awareness. This division isn't just theoretical, it's been proven through neuroscience experiments, especially in studies on split-brain patients. When the connection between the two hemispheres, the corpus callosum, is severed, something remarkable happens. The left and right brains begin to function independently, revealing their distinct personalities. The left hemisphere, lacking access to symbolic thought, struggles with abstract concepts. Meanwhile, the right hemisphere, unable to use structured language, expresses itself through images, emotions, and intuition, just as Jung described the unconscious mind doing. Consider how this plays out in everyday life. When you analyze a problem logically, breaking it down into steps, you're using left brain thinking. But when you suddenly feel the answer to a problem, when a creative idea seems to appear out of nowhere, that's your right hemisphere stepping in. This explains why meditation, daydreaming, and artistic activities often bring insights, they quiet the left brain's dominance, allowing the unconscious to surface. Jung understood this long before neuroscience caught up, which is why he emphasized engaging with dreams, symbols, and creativity as tools for psychological growth. One of the most fascinating discoveries in modern neuroscience is that each hemisphere processes reality in its own unique way, almost as if we have two separate minds coexisting within us. The left brain is reductionist, seeing things in categories and linear steps. The right brain is holistic, perceiving patterns and deeper connections between ideas. Jung's concept of individuation, the integration of the conscious and unconscious, mirrors this neurological process. True psychological growth comes from balancing these two forces, not allowing one to dominate the other. But if the right hemisphere is the gateway to the unconscious, could it also explain Jung's most controversial idea, the collective unconscious? What if ancestral memories, fears, and instincts weren't just psychological theories, but actually imprinted in our genetic material? As science advances, epigenetics is revealing that Jung may have been far closer to the truth than anyone expected. Collective unconscious and epigenetics. Jung's theory of the collective unconscious was one of his most controversial ideas. How could people across cultures, separated by time and geography, share the same archetypes, myths, and symbolic patterns? He believed that the human mind wasn't just shaped by personal experience, but by something deeper, an inherited layer of unconscious knowledge passed down through generations. At the time, this was dismissed as mystical speculation, but modern epigenetics is now suggesting that Jung may have been onto something far more scientific than anyone imagined. Epigenetics is the study of how experiences, especially traumatic ones, can leave imprints on DNA and be passed down to future generations. Studies on animals, particularly mice, have revealed something astonishing. When mice are exposed to trauma, such as being conditioned to fear a specific scent, their offspring exhibit the same fear response despite never having experienced the trauma themselves. This suggests that memories, fears, and survival instincts can be biologically inherited, validating Jung's idea that ancestral experiences live on within us. But this isn't just about survival mechanisms. It extends to how symbolism and archetypes resonate so deeply in human culture. Why do myths from ancient civilizations, from the Greeks to the Hindus to the Native Americans, all contain the same fundamental characters and themes? Why do humans, regardless of background, dream of similar symbols, snakes representing transformation, the wise old man appearing as a mentor, or the hero's journey unfolding in countless stories? Jung argued that these were not coincidences, but echoes of ancestral memory. And if epigenetics is proving that trauma can be passed down genetically, could it also explain why these universal symbols are so deeply embedded in our subconscious? One practical example of this is ancestral trauma. Many people experience fears, anxieties, or behavioral patterns that seem unexplainable, almost as if they don't belong to them. Some of these may be linked to historical events, cultural struggles, or even the survival instincts of distant ancestors. Jung's theory of the collective unconscious suggests that working with these inherited patterns, rather than ignoring them, can unlock deep healing and self-awareness. This is why practices like shadow work and exploring symbolism in dreams and creativity can bring breakthroughs. They allow us to access these deeper layers of inherited knowledge. If ancestral experiences shape our unconscious minds, then how does the unconscious actively guide us in everyday life? Jung believed that the unconscious wasn't just a passive repository of memories, it was a living intelligence that speaks to us in subtle ways. Jung believed that the unconscious wasn't just a hidden storage of memories and instincts, it was a living force, guiding us in ways the conscious mind could never fully grasp. And if modern neuroscience is proving that the right hemisphere is the gateway to the unconscious, then it makes sense to think of it as an inner guardian, a silent guide shaping our intuition, emotions, and decision-making. Think about it. How many times have you made a choice based on a gut feeling, only to realize later that it was the right one? That wasn't random. That was the unconscious mind at work. The right hemisphere processes symbolism, emotional intelligence, and intuitive insights far faster than the analytical left hemisphere. This is why people often feel something is off before they can logically explain why. Neuroscience experiments have shown that the brain registers threats, opportunities, and patterns before we consciously recognize them. Jung's theory that the unconscious is a guiding force rather than a chaotic abyss aligns perfectly with these findings. What if what we call intuition is actually the unconscious mind speaking in its own language through symbols, emotions, and subconscious associations? Ancient traditions often depicted guardian angels, spirit guides, or ancestral protectors as forces whispering knowledge beyond the reach of logic. Jung, however, suggested that these weren't necessarily external beings, but rather projections of our unconscious intelligence. In dreams, these figures often take the form of mentors, wise elders, or even mysterious strangers offering insight. Could it be that our minds naturally create symbolic guides to help us navigate life? This would explain why meditation, creative work, and dream analysis often bring profound realizations. They quiet the logical left brain and allow the unconscious to communicate freely. If the unconscious is constantly guiding us, then how do we strengthen this connection? Jungian psychology suggests practices like active imagination, journaling, and engaging with symbolic language. Try this. The next time you face a difficult decision, instead of overanalyzing, sit in silence, focus on how you feel, and pay attention to any images or sensations that arise. You might be surprised at the clarity that emerges. The unconscious mind already knows what the conscious mind struggles to grasp. Not everything in the unconscious is pleasant. Jung also warned about the shadow, the repressed aspects of ourselves that we often ignore or deny. And if the unconscious can guide us toward wisdom, it can also reveal the parts of ourselves we fear the most. Shadow work and individuation. Jung believed that the path to true self-awareness isn't about just embracing the light, it's about confronting the darkness within. He called this process shadow work, the act of facing the hidden, repressed aspects of ourselves, the anger we suppress, the insecurities we deny, the desires we pretend don't exist. The shadow isn't just the negative side of our personality. It's the parts of us we've been conditioned to hide. But here's the truth. What we refuse to face ends up controlling us. Until we acknowledge our shadow, we remain trapped in unconscious patterns, repeating the same mistakes without understanding why. How many times have you judged someone harshly, only to realize later that what irritated you about them was actually something you feared or disliked in yourself? That's projection, one of the clearest signs of the shadow at work. Jung explained that when we don't integrate these hidden parts of ourselves, they manifest in our relationships, our habits, even our dreams. The more we suppress the shadow, the more it leaks out in unexpected ways: self-sabotage, unexplained anxiety, emotional outbursts. But when we bring these hidden aspects into the light, they lose their grip on us. The process of individuation, Jung's term for achieving wholeness, requires integrating the shadow rather than ignoring it. This isn't about fixing yourself. It's about embracing all parts of who you are, even the ones society has told you to reject. Jung often said that the gold is in the dark places. In other words, the very aspects of yourself you resist could be the key to your greatest strength. For example, someone who suppresses their anger may discover that, once acknowledged, it transforms into assertiveness and confidence. Someone who denies their sensitivity may find that accepting it allows them to connect deeply with others. But how do you start shadow work? One of the most effective ways is through self-reflection and symbolic communication. Creative activities like painting, writing, or even improvisational movement can also unlock aspects of the shadow in ways the rational mind cannot. The key is curiosity without judgment. Your shadow isn't something to fear, but something to integrate. Jung also described the anima, the feminine aspect within men, and the animus, the masculine aspect within women, as guiding forces within the unconscious. These energies help balance our inner world, revealing aspects of ourselves that we might not fully understand. By engaging with these unconscious elements, we move closer to individuation, a state of deep self-awareness and inner harmony. Practical applications of Jungian psychology. Jung's ideas aren't just intellectual theories to ponder, they're tools for deep transformation. If the unconscious mind is constantly shaping our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors, then the key to real personal growth lies in learning how to communicate with it. The problem? Most people spend their lives disconnected from their unconscious, trapped in surface-level thinking and reactive patterns. But what if you could start working with your unconscious instead of against it? What if you could unlock hidden creative potential, break destructive cycles, and access deeper self-awareness? The first step is simple but powerful. Pay attention to your dreams. Jung called dreams the royal road to the unconscious because they reveal what the rational mind overlooks. Instead of dismissing your dreams as random nonsense, start recording them. Notice recurring themes, symbols, or emotions. What is your unconscious trying to tell you? For example, dreaming about a house often represents the self, with different rooms symbolizing aspects of your psyche. A basement might reveal hidden fears, while an open window could represent new possibilities. The more you analyze your dreams, the more you'll recognize patterns, guiding you toward greater self-awareness. Another practical tool? Engaging in creativity, writing, painting, music, or movement. The unconscious doesn't speak in linear words. It communicates in images, emotions, and sensations. This is why creative expression is one of the fastest ways to unlock hidden aspects of yourself. Try this. Set a timer for 10 minutes and draw whatever comes to mind, no judgment, no rules. The goal isn't to create something beautiful, but to allow your unconscious to express itself. You may be surprised by what emerges. Symbols, colors, or shapes that seem random at first may hold deeper meaning when reflected upon later. Jung also believed that ancestral influences play a bigger role in our psychology than we realize. If epigenetics proves that trauma, fears, and behaviors can be passed down through generations, then exploring your family history can be a powerful exercise in self-awareness. Ask yourself what fears, patterns, or struggles seem to repeat in your family. Are there unconscious beliefs that have been passed down without question? Bringing these patterns into conscious awareness can help break cycles that may have shaped your life without you realizing it. Finally, one of the most powerful practices is shadow work. Instead of repressing emotions like anger, jealousy, or fear, observe them without judgment. Every negative emotion is a message, a clue to something deeper within you. The next time you feel triggered, instead of reacting, ask yourself, what is this emotion trying to reveal about me? What part of my unconscious is speaking? Jungian psychology isn't about controlling the unconscious, it's about learning to listen to it. The resurgence of religion and traditional values. There's a noticeable shift happening in modern culture. People are returning to religion, traditional values, and structured belief systems. In a time when Western societies are increasingly individualistic, chaotic, and detached from historical roots, many are searching for meaning, stability, and community. This isn't an isolated case. It reflects a broader movement of men and women rejecting the excesses of modernity in favor of tradition. But this return to religion isn't just limited to Islam or Christianity. There's also a growing interest in paganism, ancient European traditions, and indigenous spiritual systems. People are forming tight-knit communities, reviving forgotten rituals, and reconnecting with practices that existed long before the rise of monotheistic religions. Why? Because in an era of rapid cultural decay, many believe that tradition offers a grounding force, a way to reconnect with something timeless and stable. The modern world may push for progress and endless reinvention, but deep down, human beings crave ritual, structure, and a connection to the past. Even in the red pill community, there's an increasing awareness that traditional gender roles, marriage, and family structures were designed to create long-term stability. Many men, disillusioned by hookup culture, the erosion of masculinity, and the breakdown of the family unit, are looking toward religion and traditional moral frameworks to reclaim a sense of purpose. Masculinity thrives in structured environments, and religious traditions have always provided a clear path for men to develop discipline, strength, and leadership within their families and communities. On the other hand, feminism and modern progressive ideals have pushed against these structures, advocating for sexual liberation, career-first lifestyles, and an egalitarian approach to relationships. Yet, as more women find themselves unfulfilled in casual relationships and disconnected from family-oriented values, many are also turning to religion and tradition as a means of restoring balance and long-term security. The result? A cultural divide. Those who embrace traditional values are building strong families, while those who reject them struggle with loneliness, instability, and meaninglessness. If this trend continues, we could be witnessing a major societal shift where religion and tradition regain their dominance after decades of decline. But why does religion hold such power over people's lives? It's not just about rules and restrictions, it's about psychological purpose, the ability to guide individuals toward life-affirming choices, and the creation of strong, unified communities. And that leads us to our next question. Why does religion fulfill such an essential psychological function? And what happens when it disappears? Psychological functions of religion. Religion isn't just a belief system. It's a psychological framework that helps individuals navigate life's most complex challenges. At its core, religion provides meaning, structure, and a moral compass, guiding people toward life-affirming choices rather than self-destructive behaviors. When people abandon religion, they don't just lose faith in a higher power. They lose the mental structure that helps them manage emotions, build stable relationships, and find purpose in their actions. That's why societies that drift too far from religious values often experience higher rates of depression, anxiety, and social fragmentation. One of the most critical roles of religion is helping individuals transcend their lower impulses. Nietzsche understood this well when he spoke about how, without a strong moral system, people would default to nihilism and self-indulgence. Religion provides a long-term vision, encouraging behaviors like marriage, family building, and community involvement over short-term pleasure-seeking. In contrast, modern secular culture glorifies instant gratification, casual sex, and material excess, leaving people spiritually empty and emotionally unfulfilled. The result? A generation with no sense of purpose, drifting from one distraction to another. Rituals play a crucial role in reinforcing religious discipline and moral behavior. Structured practices like daily prayer, fasting, or attending religious services serve as psychological anchors, keeping individuals grounded and focused on something greater than themselves. Even from a scientific perspective, these rituals provide stability, routine, and community connection, all of which are essential for mental well-being. That's why people who actively participate in religious traditions often report higher levels of life satisfaction and emotional resilience. Another powerful aspect of religion is its ability to channel human instincts in a productive direction. Masculine energy thrives in purpose-driven structures, which is why religious traditions emphasize discipline, duty, and leadership. The modern rejection of religion has left many men aimless, stripped of their natural roles as providers and protectors. On the other hand, religious frameworks give men a clear mission, build, lead, and pass down values to the next generation. The psychological benefits of religion go beyond the individual. They extend to entire societies. A culture rooted in faith, tradition, and structured values tends to be strong, resilient, and united. Meanwhile, societies that abandon these principles fall into moral and social decay, struggling with fractured families, weak community ties, and an absence of long-term direction. But the key to religious strength isn't just belief, it's ritual. Rituals are the backbone of religious tradition, community structure, and personal discipline. Whether it's baptism, marriage, prayer, fasting, or funeral rites, these rituals aren't just symbolic gestures. They serve as psychological and social anchors that help people navigate life's most important transitions. Without them, Individuals often feel disconnected, unmoored, and lost in a chaotic world. This is why societies that abandon rituals tend to experience higher levels of anxiety, loneliness, and cultural fragmentation. One of the most powerful aspects of rituals is their ability to reinforce identity and purpose. A man who marries through a religious ceremony isn't just engaging in a legal contract, he's making a sacred commitment to his family, his faith, and his community. A person who fasts during Ramadan or Lent isn't just abstaining from food. They're practicing self-discipline, reinforcing their values, and aligning themselves with a greater purpose. These structured experiences create psychological clarity and make it easier for people to stay on a path of stability and fulfillment. Rituals also play a crucial role in reinforcing moral behavior and long-term thinking. In a society that lacks religious structure, people are encouraged to live for the moment, seeking pleasure, avoiding responsibility, and rejecting the idea of higher purpose. But religious traditions, through ritual and repetition, condition individuals to think beyond themselves. A man who prays daily is more likely to stay grounded in his values. A woman who grows up in a faith-centered community is more likely to prioritize family and commitment over fleeting experiences. In contrast, modern secular culture, which lacks these rituals, produces individuals who struggle with purpose, identity, and long-term satisfaction. Another key function of rituals is community bonding. In monotheistic religions like Islam and Christianity, weekly prayers and communal gatherings create a shared sense of belonging. These practices remind individuals that they are part of something bigger than themselves, a reality often missing in secular societies where people feel isolated despite being constantly connected through technology. Even in pagan traditions, communal rituals have always been essential for reinforcing cultural values, creating strong social ties, and passing down wisdom from one generation to the next. But rituals don't just help with spiritual identity. They also play a crucial role in managing one of the most powerful forces in human life: sexuality. Without religious structures guiding sexual impulses and relationships, societies quickly fall into hedonism, short-term gratification, and moral decay. Sexuality and religion. Sex is one of the most powerful forces in human existence. It creates life, bonds relationships, and drives human behavior at a fundamental level. But without structure, it can also lead to chaos, instability, and societal decline. This is why every major religion has strict guidelines on sexuality, marriage, and family building. Religion doesn't suppress sex. It channels it into long-term, committed relationships that create strong families and stable communities. The alternative? A society that treats sex as a commodity, leading to broken relationships, declining birth rates, and emotional emptiness. Religious traditions emphasize that sexuality should be tied to responsibility. In Islam, Christianity, and even ancient pagan traditions, marriage was the foundation of sexual morality, providing a sacred framework for intimacy, procreation, and family stability. By contrast, modern Western culture promotes casual sex, short-term relationships, and an avoidance of commitment. The result? A generation struggling with trust issues, rising divorce rates, and the inability to form lasting relationships. What many don't realize is that free sexual expression without discipline often leads to misery rather than fulfillment. This is why traditional gender roles and religious marriage were designed to create stability. A man who follows a religious path is encouraged to develop discipline, build a household, and provide for his family. A woman raised in a faith-centered environment understands the value of commitment, loyalty, and long-term partnership. Compare this to modern feminist ideals, which promote independence at the cost of deep connection, or hookup culture, which reduces relationships to transactional pleasure. The contrast is staggering. There's also a biological and psychological aspect to religious sexual ethics. Studies show that casual sex and pornography damage the ability to form deep emotional bonds, rewiring the brain for short-term pleasure rather than long-term commitment. Religion has always provided the blueprint for this kind of structured, fulfilling life. The modern world, however, encourages the opposite: immediate gratification, emotional detachment, and the illusion of endless options. But when sexuality is removed from a moral and religious framework, the consequences don't stop at the individual level, they affect entire societies. Birth rates collapse, families disintegrate, and culture loses its foundation. This is exactly what we're seeing in the modern West, where the decline of traditional institutions has led to loneliness, weak communities, and a widespread sense of meaninglessness. And this brings us to a larger issue: how the abandonment of traditional values is leading to cultural decadence and the breakdown of stable institutions. Western society once thrived on strong families, religious traditions, and long-term values. Today, that foundation is crumbling. The modern world, driven by consumerism, short-term pleasure, and moral relativism, has led to a state of cultural decadence. Traditional institutions that once held communities together, marriage, family, and religious values, are being replaced by individualism, hedonism, and a rejection of long-term commitment. The result: a society in decline, struggling with loneliness, meaninglessness, and demographic collapse. One of the clearest signs of this decay is the breakdown of the family unit. Marriage rates have plummeted, divorces skyrocketing, and fewer people are having children. Why? Because modern Western culture glorifies personal freedom over responsibility. A career-focused, hyper-independent lifestyle is sold as the ultimate achievement, while traditional family values are mocked as outdated. Yet, as more people chase individual success at the cost of stable relationships, many find themselves unfulfilled, disconnected, and longing for something deeper. Religion once provided a clear moral structure, reinforcing the importance of commitment, discipline, and self-restraint. But as religious influence fades, modern culture promotes instant gratification at the expense of long-term fulfillment. Hedonistic lifestyles are normalized, pushing people toward casual relationships, meaningless sex, and empty consumerism. This shift has created an entire generation addicted to dopamine-driven pleasures, but starved for real purpose. The irony? What was sold as freedom has led to widespread emotional and societal instability. Without a clear framework, men are discouraged from leading and providing, while women are encouraged to delay family life indefinitely. The result is a population that struggles with commitment, trust, and the ability to build lasting relationships. And as strong families disappear, so does the very foundation of a healthy society. This decline isn't just about individual choices, it's about the collapse of an entire civilization's value system. Nietzsche famously warned that when traditional morality is abandoned, societies eventually descend into chaos and nihilism. We are now witnessing this process in real time. But the question is, can this decline be reversed? Some believe the answer lies in rebuilding traditional gender roles, embracing religion, and restoring the balance between masculinity and femininity. Masculine and feminine roles in modern Western society. For centuries, masculinity and femininity existed in a structured balance. Men were builders, protectors, and providers, while women nurtured families, created stable homes, and ensured cultural continuity. These roles weren't oppressive, they were essential for the survival and stability of civilizations. But in modern Western culture, this balance has been systematically dismantled, leading to confusion, instability, and societal dysfunction. The result: a generation of men and women struggling to understand their place in relationships, family, and community. Masculine instincts, the drive to conquer, protect, and lead, have been pathologized. Men are now told that their assertiveness is toxic, their ambition is dangerous, and their desire for leadership is oppressive. Instead of being encouraged to build strong families, they are pushed toward consumerism, pornography, and purposeless entertainment. Without a clear religious or traditional framework to guide them, many men feel lost, disconnected, and lacking the discipline that past generations of fathers, warriors, and leaders once had. On the other hand, femininity has been redefined by radical ideals. The idea of a woman embracing her natural nurturing role has been replaced by a model where women are expected to compete with men in every area of life. While equality of opportunity is important, the denial of biological differences and traditional feminine strengths has left many women feeling unfulfilled, overworked, and alone. Religious traditions, whether Islam, Christianity, or ancient cultural systems, provided clear gender roles that aligned with biological instincts and social stability. Men were expected to be strong, disciplined, and responsible. Women were valued for their nurturing abilities, emotional intelligence, and role in family building. The rejection of these frameworks has led to weaker relationships, rising divorce rates, and a culture where people struggle to form meaningful long-term connections. Cultural decline and theories of power. Western culture has undergone a radical transformation, shifting from an Apollonian worldview, characterized by order, structure, and religious tradition, to a Dionysian paradigm, where instinct, indulgence, and chaos dominate. This transition didn't happen overnight. It was the result of centuries of philosophical shifts, social engineering, and the gradual erosion of traditional Christian values. The West, once defined by its moral clarity and disciplined societal structures, has embraced a culture of consumerism, moral relativism, and unrestrained hedonism. The collapse of hierarchical and religious structures has left a void that modern ideologies, liberalism, atheism, and hyper-individualism have failed to fill. These frameworks promised freedom and progress, but instead, they have fostered isolation, confusion, and existential despair. Without a sacred order, without a sense of divine purpose, people fall into mob consciousness, swayed by the latest social trends, unable to anchor themselves in anything meaningful. This is why many are waking up to the reality that the rejection of tradition didn't lead to enlightenment, it led to cultural decay. What we are witnessing is not just a shift in values, but a complete restructuring of power dynamics. Elites and technocrats have seized control over narratives, economies, and belief systems, replacing traditional sources of authority, churches, families, and strong communities, with corporate-driven ideology, mass media conditioning, and political manipulation. The result? A population that is more divided, more disconnected, and more susceptible to external control than ever before. This isn't just about political ideologies or cultural movements. It's about human nature. Societies function best when they align with natural human instincts, a structured hierarchy, clear moral codes, and communal identity. Without these, people turn to cheap distractions, nihilism, and self-destructive behaviors in an attempt to fill the void. Western nations are seeing record levels of depression, addiction, and social fragmentation. This is not a coincidence. It is the inevitable result of a society untethered from its sacred rituals and guiding principles. The death of God and its consequences. When Nietzsche declared God is dead, he wasn't celebrating, he was warning. The West didn't just lose faith in a deity. It lost its moral compass, its sacred foundation, and the very structure that held civilization together. Christianity had provided a clear hierarchy of values, giving people a sense of meaning, responsibility, and duty. But once that structure was abandoned, what remained? A vacuum, one that modern liberalism, atheism, and materialism have failed to fill. Modern society attempted to replace divine morality with secular ethics, but the results have been catastrophic. Without an objective framework, morality became subjective, malleable, adaptable, and easily manipulated. People no longer ask what is right, but instead, what benefits me the most? Hedonism, self-indulgence, and relativism have replaced duty, sacrifice, and transcendence. We were told that without God, humanity would create a more rational, just, and enlightened world. Instead, we got cultural fragmentation, meaninglessness, and existential despair. This isn't just an abstract philosophical problem. It has real-world consequences. Look at the rise in mental illness, addiction, and social disconnection. People who once found comfort in religion and tradition now seek fulfillment through consumerism, digital escapism, and political tribalism. Modern atheism, despite claiming to be rational and progressive, has left people feeling more lost than ever before. Without sacred rituals, strong communities, and moral absolutes, people drift directionless in a society that tells them that nothing truly matters. And what happens when a civilization embraces nihilism? It collapses. Throughout history, civilizations that abandoned their spiritual and moral foundations eventually crumbled, not due to external enemies, but because they lost the will to fight for something greater than themselves. Today's Western nations are on a similar trajectory, weakened by their own moral decay, unable to defend their traditions, and blind to the consequences of their own self-destruction. Nietzsche had an answer: the rise of the last man. A society that, having abandoned struggle, discipline, and higher ideals, descends into passivity, comfort, and submission. And once a population reaches that point, it becomes ripe for control. This is where the elites step in, ready to reshape society in their own image, one of compliance, automation, and absolute domination. Nietzsche's last man is not a tyrant, a warrior, or a conqueror. He is the embodiment of modern decadence, passivity, and submission. He is the man who chooses comfort over struggle, pleasure over duty, and safety over greatness. He does not seek to create, to transcend, or to fight for something greater. He simply wants to exist in a world that caters to his desires without asking anything of him. And what's worse, Western society has been engineered to produce this exact type of individual. The last man is the inevitable result of a civilization that has abandoned its higher purpose. Without the spiritual guidance of religion, the discipline of tradition, or the challenge of struggle, modern people have become docile consumers, easily manipulated, endlessly entertained, and completely dependent on external systems to provide meaning. The promise of freedom has been replaced by the reality of submission, not to kings or gods, but to corporations, mass media, and technological overlords. The most dangerous aspect of the last man is that he believes himself to be free. He laughs at history, mocks tradition, and dismisses struggle as unnecessary in a world where everything is designed for convenience. He is plugged into entertainment, social validation, and instant gratification, never realizing that he has lost the ability to think independently, to challenge authority, or to resist control. He may have access to information, but he lacks wisdom. He may believe in progress, but he has no sense of direction. This descent into passivity and comfort paves the way for the rise of technological and bureaucratic control. Once people stop questioning, stop fighting, and stop striving, they become nothing more than numbers in a system, easily categorized, easily managed, and easily replaced. Governments and elites no longer need to oppress through force when they can simply offer comfort in exchange for submission. A man who fears losing his luxuries, his entertainment, and his sense of security will never rise up against those who control him. But here's the catch: this system cannot last forever. The moment a civilization abandons struggle, discipline, and transcendence, it begins to decay. History has shown that empires built on strength collapse when they fall into decadence. And the modern world is no different. The last man cannot survive in a world that demands resilience, courage, and sacrifice. This means that something or someone will inevitably replace him. And that's where the true battle begins. Because as the masses become weaker, the elites become stronger. And the tool they will use to cement their control? Technology. Technology and transhumanism. Technology was once seen as a tool for liberation, a way for humans to overcome limitations and improve their quality of life. But in the hands of powerful elites, it has become something else entirely, a means of control, manipulation, and even replacement of humanity itself. We are entering an era where artificial intelligence, automation, and transhumanist ideology are not just shaping our future, but redefining what it means to be human. And most people don't even realize it's happening. The push toward transhumanism is often framed as progress, a vision where humans merge with machines, enhance their abilities through biotech, and evolve beyond biological limitations. But let's be honest, This isn't about empowerment. It's about control. The same elites who weakened traditional institutions, promoted mass consumerism, and turned people into passive digital slaves are now pushing the next phase, a world where individuals become fully integrated into a technological grid, monitored, and dependent on AI-driven systems for survival. First, they made people spiritually weak by killing God. Then, they made them intellectually weak by destroying tradition and rewriting history. Now, they are making them biologically weak by introducing dependency on technology. The rise of automation and AI is not just eliminating jobs, it's eliminating the need for independent human thought. In a world where algorithms dictate what you see, what you think, and even how you feel, free will is becoming a relic of the past. This transformation is happening at an alarming pace. Social credit systems, mass surveillance, biometric tracking, AI-driven governance. These are no longer dystopian fantasies. They are being implemented right now. Governments and corporations are openly discussing universal basic income as a way to pacify the unemployed masses once AI replaces their labor. But here's the reality. A population that is completely dependent on government-issued digital currency, food, and resources is not free. It is enslaved. And this is exactly where the elites want society to be. But not everyone will submit. There will always be those who reject this synthetic future and seek to restore what was lost: spirituality, personal sovereignty, and resistance to control. The battle isn't just against technology. It's against the forces that want to turn humans into programmable entities, stripped of identity, culture, and higher purpose. And this brings us to the solution: awakening. A return to spiritual and philosophical wisdom that can counteract this dystopian future. The modern world is designed to keep people weak, distracted, and disconnected from their true potential. It feeds them entertainment instead of wisdom, comfort instead of discipline, and instant gratification instead of purpose. But here's the truth. No civilization has ever survived without a strong spiritual foundation. The rise of technological control, transhumanist ideologies, and cultural decay is not just a coincidence. It's what happens when a society abandons its connection to something higher. Religion and philosophy once provided a moral structure that grounded individuals in something greater than themselves. Christianity, for example, built the moral framework of Western civilization, while ancient philosophy challenged people to seek wisdom, master their emotions, and live with purpose. But once these traditions were discarded in favor of atheism, consumerism, and empty progressivism, people lost their spiritual immunity. And now they're wondering why they feel lost, anxious, and powerless. This is why so many people today are experiencing a spiritual reawakening. They are realizing that modernity has stripped them of their depth and meaning. They are returning to sacred rituals, rediscovering traditional wisdom, and rejecting the idea that all answers can be found in technology and material wealth. The human soul is not meant to be a cog in a machine. It is meant to seek transcendence, to struggle for higher truths, and to stand against forces that try to suppress it. But the path to spiritual sovereignty is not easy. It requires rejecting the comforts of a world designed to pacify, questioning everything society has told you, and embracing the challenge of self-liberation. It means reading the works of Nietzsche, Jung, and ancient religious texts, not just to consume knowledge, but to transform yourself. It means resisting the urge to conform to a broken system and instead forging your own path. And it means recognizing that the real war isn't just political, economic, or technological, it's spiritual. Waking up to the truth is one thing, acting on it is another. The world is structured to keep individuals passive, compliant, and obedient. From childhood, people are conditioned to accept authority without question, to prioritize comfort over challenge, and to sacrifice their sovereignty in exchange for security. But history has proven that freedom is never given, it is taken. And those who refuse to fight for it will inevitably be ruled by those who do. True resistance isn't just about rejecting the system, it's about building a stronger alternative. That means reclaiming discipline, knowledge, and self-sufficiency. It means breaking free from the distractions of consumer culture and focusing on real skills, mental, physical, and spiritual. It means forming communities of like-minded individuals who reject the empty promises of modernity and choose to live with purpose. The strongest empires weren't built by passive spectators, but by those who were willing to endure struggle, sacrifice, and discomfort in pursuit of something greater. Throughout history, there have always been those who refused to kneel. The warrior monks of medieval Europe, the nomadic tribes of Central Asia, the samurai of Japan, and even the desert ascetics of early Christianity, all of them understood that true strength comes from discipline, faith, and an unshakable sense of purpose. Today, the battlefield has changed, but the war remains the same. The struggle between control and freedom, between submission and resistance, between weakness and strength. The system thrives when people are weak, fragmented, and addicted to temporary pleasures. But when individuals reject dependency, build strong families, cultivate discipline, and dedicate themselves to something greater than personal gratification, they become uncontrollable. That is the real revolution, the quiet, disciplined defiance of those who refuse to be slaves. Cultural and societal manipulation. The greatest weapon of the elites is not brute force, it's manipulation. Throughout history, rulers have understood that controlling people's thoughts is far more effective than controlling their bodies. Today, this is done through media, entertainment, education, and digital algorithms that shape public perception without people even realizing it. The modern individual believes he is free, yet his opinions, desires, and even emotions are constantly influenced by forces he does not see. Why do people chase meaningless trends, obsess over celebrities, or believe every manufactured outrage pushed by the media? It's not accidental. It's a carefully designed system of distraction, division, and obedience. Western culture, once built on philosophical depth and conviction, has been reduced to mindless consumerism, shallow entertainment, and endless political infighting to weaken people's ability to think critically, to make them forget their history, and to keep them too busy with petty distractions to ever challenge the system. But this control goes deeper than just entertainment. Modern democracy, capitalism, and technological governance all operate under the same principle. Present the illusion of choice while ensuring that no real power ever leaves the hands of the elite. People think they are voting, debating, and shaping their world, but in reality, the game is rigged. The same corporations, financial institutions, and ideological forces control both sides, ensuring that the masses remain trapped in a cycle of controlled opposition. And then there's social conditioning. From childhood, people are taught what to believe, what to desire, and what is socially acceptable. Those who question the system are ridiculed, ostracized, or labeled as dangerous. This is why modern culture is aggressively hostile toward traditional values, masculinity, and self-reliance. An independent, disciplined individual cannot be easily controlled. A man who builds his own wealth, understands his history, and rejects manufactured narratives is a threat. And that is exactly why they want to erase such men from existence. But not everyone is asleep. Some are awakening to the depth of this manipulation and seeking a path beyond the illusion. And that is where philosophy comes in, the pursuit of truth, meaning, and resistance against the forces that seek to enslave the human mind. In the end, the war is not just for power, but for the soul of civilization itself. At the heart of all this, the cultural decay, the societal manipulation, the rise of elite control, lies a deeper question. What does it mean to live with purpose? If modern life is nothing but a series of distractions, if people are conditioned to obey without questioning, then what is the alternative? The answer isn't found in politics, wealth, or even resistance alone. It's found in the search for meaning, the pursuit of wisdom, and the rejection of illusions. Nietzsche warned that once God was removed from the center of civilization, humanity would have to create its own values. But what happened instead? Without a sacred foundation, the modern world replaced divine order with chaos. Consumerism, digital addiction, identity crises. These are the symptoms of a civilization that has lost its connection to something greater. The solution isn't just to fight against the system, but to transcend it, to reclaim the inner fire that once drove men to build, explore, and seek the divine. Jung understood this. His entire philosophy was about individuation, the process of integrating the unconscious, facing the shadow, and forging oneself into something whole. The world wants weak, fragmented, and confused individuals. But the man who truly knows himself, who has confronted his own darkness, who has grounded himself in philosophy, spirituality, and wisdom, is unbreakable. This is why elite-controlled culture despises thinkers, warriors, and spiritual seekers, because they are immune to manipulation. The Dionysian forces of chaos have taken control of Western culture, stripping it of its Apollonian structure, its discipline, and its higher calling. But this cycle is not new. Empires rise and fall, philosophies are abandoned and rediscovered, civilizations collapse and are rebuilt. Critique of therapy and mental health systems. Modern therapy has become a revolving door of intellectualizing emotions rather than solving problems. It promises healing, yet many people find themselves trapped in an endless cycle of self-analysis, medication, and dependency on external validation. The issue isn't that therapy is inherently bad, it's that it often treats symptoms rather than causes. Anxiety and depression aren't just neurological imbalances. They are often signals from the soul that something is wrong, that action is needed. But instead of addressing this, therapy encourages people to sit with their pain, name it, and analyze it to death. The problem with this approach is that it teaches people to seek external explanations for internal struggles. They are taught that their pain is a product of childhood trauma, societal structures, or chemical imbalances, anything but their own actions or inactions. This mindset reinforces victimhood, convincing people that they are powerless, when in reality, much of what they feel is a consequence of not taking necessary action in life. Courage, discipline, and self-assertion are rarely prescribed, only more reflection, more diagnoses, and more reasons to stay stuck. There is also the issue of medication. While there are cases where pharmaceutical intervention is needed, many people are being numbed rather than healed. Instead of addressing the root cause of their suffering, a lack of meaning, physical weakness, avoidance of responsibility, they are chemically pacified. They feel less, think less, and lose the internal fire that drives real personal growth. A man who is drowning in self-doubt and fear doesn't need SSRIs. He needs a mission, a challenge, a battle to fight. If therapy were truly effective for everyone, we wouldn't be seeing rising rates of anxiety, depression, and a complete collapse in resilience among younger generations. The reality is that therapy often reinforces dependence rather than liberation. People are encouraged to identify with their struggles rather than transcend them, making their suffering a core part of their identity. Instead of pushing people toward courageous action, therapy tends to offer comfort and external validation, which, ironically, keeps people weak. Listening to the soul's voice, recognizing that pain and fear are often signals for change, not permanent conditions to be managed. Many people don't need therapy, they need to step into action, to push through discomfort, and to reclaim their inner strength. Your soul is not subtle. It doesn't whisper, it commands. When you ignore it, suppress it, or drown it in distractions, it punishes you. Anxiety, depression, restlessness, these aren't just medical conditions, they're signals. Your soul is telling you, in no uncertain terms, that something in your life is out of alignment. The problem is, modern society has taught people to run from discomfort, to medicate emotions, to intellectualize their suffering rather than act on it. But the soul doesn't operate in theories, it operates in instincts, energy, and action. When you follow your soul's guidance, when you face your fears and move toward challenges instead of avoiding them, you are rewarded. Your energy increases, your confidence builds, and you feel alive. This is not a mystery. It's biological and psychological reality. Testosterone, dopamine, life force, all of these surge when you take bold action. But when you retreat, when you make fear your master, Your body and mind respond accordingly. They make you weaker. You feel drained, hesitant, and lost. This is how nature corrects cowards. Society tells people that depression is purely chemical, that anxiety is something to be managed rather than understood. But often, these emotions arise not from some invisible disorder, but from avoiding the path that life is pushing you toward. A man who refuses to pursue his potential will suffer, not because he is broken, but because his soul is screaming at him to move. The greatest lie of the modern mental health industry is that people need comfort when they actually need a challenge. You can see this clearly in people who embrace risk, competition, and discipline. Look at fighters, entrepreneurs, athletes. They are not free of fear or doubt, but they push through it. Their bodies and minds adapt, their testosterone levels rise, their sense of purpose becomes unshakable. Contrast this with the passive man who avoids stress, hides from responsibility, and seeks only comfort. He becomes fragile, anxious, and spiritually empty. Weakness isn't just a state of body, it's a state of soul. And this is exactly why action is the key to growth. People do not think their way into confidence, they act their way into it. The more they engage in competitiveness, risk, and struggle, the more they awaken their true nature. The soul rewards movement, challenge, and courage. So what happens when people avoid all of this? They decay. And that brings us to the next critical point: how competition and struggle are necessary for real self-improvement. The role of action and competitiveness. Nothing in nature grows without resistance. A tree must push against the wind, an athlete must break his muscles to build strength, and a man must face challenges to develop power. Yet modern society tells people to avoid struggle, reject competition, and seek comfort at all costs. This is why so many feel weak, lost, and aimless. They have been robbed of the one thing that gives them vitality: the drive to win, to conquer, to push beyond their limits. Competition is not just about beating others, it's about awakening your full potential. When you engage in physical, mental, or financial battles, your entire being adapts. Your testosterone rises, your instincts sharpen, and your sense of purpose becomes clear. This is why men throughout history trained for war, built empires, and sought to master their crafts. Struggle wasn't an inconvenience, it was the very thing that made them strong. And yet, today, people are taught that competition is toxic, that aggression is bad, that ambition should be tamed. This is why mediocrity is celebrated while greatness is attacked. A man who refuses to compete, to fight for his place in the world, slowly withers. His mind becomes filled with self-doubt, anxiety, and an overwhelming sense of purposelessness. Why? Because his soul knows he is failing himself. A man who does not challenge himself is not alive, he is merely existing. The moment he begins to engage in tests of strength, discipline, and strategy, he wakes up. He feels a surge of power, a hunger to improve, a reason to get out of bed with purpose. This is why passivity is poison. The man who spends his days watching others compete instead of stepping into the arena himself is choosing decay over growth. He avoids challenges, refuses responsibility, and seeks pleasure instead of mastery. And what happens? He becomes weak. His body softens, his mind dulls, his soul suffocates. The greatest tragedy is not failure, it is never even trying. And here's the real question: why has modern society worked so hard to remove competition? Why is masculinity demonized? Why is ambition suppressed? The answer is simple: a passive, docile population is easier to control. A man who is too weak to fight is a man who will obey without question. Modern education is not designed to make people strong. It's designed to make them obedient. Universities, once places of exploration and rigorous debate, have become factories of intellectualization without real-world wisdom. Students are taught to overanalyze, to theorize endlessly, and to avoid action. Instead of learning how to build, fight, or create, they are taught how to complain, how to deconstruct, and how to see oppression in everything. The result? A generation of anxious, passive individuals who think they are educated but have no practical skills, no resilience, and no purpose. The obsession with intellectualism over action has created a culture where people believe that merely understanding a problem is the same as solving it. They read books, they write essays, they discuss theories, but they never take action. They mistake complexity for intelligence, thinking that the more abstract their ideas, the more superior they are. Meanwhile, the man who builds, who struggles, who competes is dismissed as primitive. But history proves otherwise. It is not intellectuals who shape the world, but men of action. Even psychology, which should be about self-improvement and resilience, has been hijacked by this intellectual sickness. Instead of pushing people towards strength, responsibility, and self-discipline, modern psychology has become a playground for excuses and self-indulgence. People are told that their failures are not their own, that their suffering is systemic, that they are victims of forces beyond their control. This creates a mindset of helplessness rather than self-liberation. And when people feel powerless, they become easy to control. The education system teaches submission, not self-assertion. It rewards compliance, not courage. It praises conformity, not independence. Students are told what to think, not how to think. They are trained to memorize, to repeat, to obey. And when they leave the system, they are sent into a world where their degrees are useless, where their knowledge has no application, where they are ill-equipped to handle real struggle. Is it any wonder that so many fall into depression, nihilism, and self-doubt? This is why education, in its modern form, fails to produce strong, independent individuals. It conditions people to seek comfort in credentials rather than in self-mastery. A true education is not found in classrooms. It is found in struggle, in competition, in the pursuit of excellence. And this brings us to a critical realization that real self-improvement, especially for men, requires courage, strength, and a rejection of the weakness that modern society tries to impose. Strength is not given, it is forged. A man is not born powerful. He becomes powerful through struggle, discipline, and the refusal to bow to fear. But modern society tells men to reject their instincts, suppress their aggression, and embrace weakness as a virtue. It tells them that masculinity is toxic, that competition is dangerous, and that ambition is oppressive. The result? A generation of men who are afraid to take risks, afraid to assert themselves, afraid to be what nature designed them to be. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is the willingness to act despite fear. And yet, many men today live in a state of hesitation, afraid to make decisions, afraid to fail, afraid to take responsibility for their own growth. They seek comfort instead of mastery, distraction instead of purpose. They allow fear to control them, and in doing so, they surrender their power. But here's the truth. Your soul rewards boldness and punishes cowardice. The moment you take decisive action, the moment you step into the unknown, you awaken something inside you, a primal force, a surge of confidence, a reconnection with your true self. Self-improvement is not about reading books or memorizing theories. It is about becoming stronger, more capable, more resilient. It is about facing challenges head-on, embracing pain as a teacher, and refusing to be controlled by comfort. A man who lifts heavy weights is not just training his muscles, he is training his mind, his discipline, his ability to endure suffering without breaking. Masculinity is not about dominance over others, it is about mastery over yourself. It is about being capable, competent, and fearless in the face of adversity. A weak man is a danger to himself and those around him because he lacks the ability to protect, to lead, to take decisive action when necessary. Rejection of modern society's standards. Modern society is designed to make you weaker, softer, and more dependent. It rewards passivity, obedience, and comfort-seeking while demonizing self-assertion, strength, and independence. It tells you that therapy will heal you, that universities will educate you, that consumer culture will fulfill you. But in reality, these systems exist to pacify you, to strip you of your natural instincts, and to mold you into a compliant, predictable, easily managed individual. If you want to reclaim your power, you must reject the standards imposed upon you. The modern approach to self-improvement is fundamentally broken. It tells people that healing comes from talking about their problems instead of solving them, from endlessly analyzing their emotions instead of taking action. This is why so many people feel stuck. They have been conditioned to believe that progress happens through introspection rather than through struggle. The truth? You don't think your way into confidence, you act your way into it. You don't theorize about strength, you train for it, you build it, you prove it through action. This is why real personal growth happens outside of modern institutions. You will not become stronger by sitting in therapy rooms, debating philosophy in classrooms, or watching endless self-help content. You become stronger by pushing your body past its limits, by challenging yourself, by stepping into situations that demand courage and self-reliance. You don't need another self-help book. You need a battle, a challenge, a real-world test of your resilience. Strength is earned, not theorized. Rejecting society's standards means rejecting the lie that comfort equals happiness. It means understanding that growth requires discomfort, pain, and sacrifice. This is why ancient warriors trained under brutal conditions, why great leaders endured suffering before they rose to power. Because nothing worth having comes without cost. Modern culture wants you to believe that you can be fulfilled while remaining weak, that you can be happy while avoiding all struggle. This is why so many people feel lost. They were sold a lie. Inner tyrants and the soul's struggles. The soul is not a peaceful entity, it is a battlefield. Within every individual exists a war between powerful internal forces, and most people are completely unaware of the enemies they face inside their own minds. Lust, envy, pride, and jealousy are not just fleeting emotions. They are inner tyrants, each fighting for control over thoughts, actions, and identity. These forces whisper in the background, shaping decisions without permission, pushing individuals towards self-sabotage, resentment, and unchecked desires. To live without recognizing this battle is to be ruled by these unseen dictators. Carl Jung understood this well. He saw how unconscious desires and repressed emotions build up like an ungoverned kingdom, eventually manifesting as anxiety, depression, or destructive behavior. Most people assume their struggles are external, problems with their job, relationships, or society, but often, these are mere reflections of an internal war they refuse to acknowledge. Jung believed that true self-mastery begins with facing these inner tyrants head-on, identifying their presence, and gradually integrating them instead of letting them rule from the shadows. Think of a person consumed by jealousy. Instead of recognizing it as an inner force they must confront, they externalize it. They resent successful people, criticize others' achievements, and feel like victims of an unjust world. The same happens with pride, where individuals blind themselves to their own flaws to protect a fragile ego. These forces work together to keep people weak, reactive, and unconscious, preventing any true growth. Until someone learns to recognize and challenge these tyrants, they remain their prisoners. But what does it mean to challenge them? It starts with self-awareness and brutal honesty, Jung's concept of shadow work, where one deliberately explores their darkest thoughts, hidden motivations, and suppressed emotions. The goal is not to destroy these parts of oneself, but to integrate them, to channel envy into ambition, lust into creative energy, and pride into self-respect rather than arrogance. The alternative is a life dictated by unconscious impulses, where the individual remains a puppet controlled by unseen strings. Jung's own journey into self-discovery was a direct confrontation with these forces. His visions, emotional upheavals, and descent into the depths of his mind were not signs of madness, but a necessary war for self-mastery. The soul, when left unexplored, becomes a prison, but when confronted, it reveals its greatest gift, transformation and personal power. And no one knew this better than Jung himself. His battle with his own soul wasn't just theoretical, it was a real, visceral experience that shaped his entire philosophy. Carl Jung's confrontation with his own soul was not a metaphor, it was a visceral, haunting, and transformative experience. At the height of his career, after breaking away from Freud's rigid psychoanalytic model, Jung began experiencing powerful visions and internal dialogues that forced him to question everything he thought he knew about the mind. His soul was no longer a passive presence in his life. It became a force of its own, speaking to him, pushing him into the depths of self-discovery and challenging the identity he had carefully built. This period of his life, documented in the Red Book, was not a simple intellectual exercise. It was a descent into the unconscious, where he encountered the raw, untamed forces of his own psyche. He began to see that the mind is not a single, unified entity, but a landscape filled with archetypal forces, instincts, and forgotten truths, each demanding recognition. The struggle was overwhelming. His rational mind fought against the chaos, but his soul insisted on breaking through the illusions of the ego. Jung's deep spirit, the voice of his soul, urged him to abandon societal expectations and the artificial structures that had shaped him. The academic world valued control, order, and intellect, but the soul operates on a different wavelength: imagination, passion, and confrontation with the unknown. He was torn between two worlds, the world of structured knowledge and the world of raw, intuitive wisdom. The battle was not just psychological, it was existential. Would he surrender to the expectations of society, or would he risk everything to embrace authenticity and inner truth? For Jung, the price of ignoring his soul was stagnation, intellectual arrogance, and spiritual decay. This is the price many pay when they choose comfort over self-discovery, security over truth, and social approval over the demands of the deeper self. His journey revealed something crucial. Until a person confronts the buried forces within, they will never truly know who they are. The rational mind alone is not enough. It must be balanced with the wild, instinctual, and often chaotic depths of the unconscious. Jung's struggle mirrors the battle many face today, the conflict between living by external rules and embracing the soul's inner rebellion. The modern world conditions people to suppress their deeper instincts, to conform, to be civilized at all costs. But Jung's journey proves that true self-discovery requires courage, the willingness to let go of false identities, and the acceptance of one's own darkness. And this leads to a bigger question. How does culture shape the way we experience our own soul? Because whether we realize it or not, the way we define our emotions, desires, and identity is largely influenced by the cultural narratives we inherit. The role of culture in shaping the soul. Most people believe their emotions, desires, and struggles are purely personal. But the reality is far more complex. Culture programs how we interpret and experience our own soul. The stories we inherit, the myths we absorb, and the moral frameworks imposed upon us all shape how we understand our instincts, ambitions, and even our suffering. Culture is not just a backdrop to life. It is an active force that molds identity, sometimes in ways that disconnect individuals from their true nature. For example, in traditional religious cultures, desire is often framed as a force to be controlled or suppressed, while in hyperliberal societies, it is often encouraged to the point of indulgence, without deeper introspection. The same applies to ambition, aggression, or self-expression. Depending on the cultural context, these traits are either seen as virtues or as vices. But the raw forces of the soul remain the same. What changes is how people are conditioned to perceive them. The soul does not operate by cultural rules, it simply exists. Jung understood this deeply. He saw that Western civilization had created a system that glorified intellect but ignored the unconscious, repressed instincts, and feared passion. Modernity conditioned people to see their inner fire as something dangerous, something to be subdued, medicated, or rationalized away. But the cost of this repression is depression, existential emptiness, and a disconnection from one's own life force. A culture that teaches people to fear their own nature ultimately produces a society of individuals who lack vitality, creativity, and deep purpose. This is why understanding one's cultural conditioning is essential for self-liberation. Many people live with unquestioned beliefs, ideas about success, morality, love, and personal worth that are not truly their own. To reconnect with authentic selfhood, one must examine, what have I been taught to value? Which aspects of myself have I suppressed because they were deemed wrong by society? What cultural myths have shaped my identity without my conscious awareness? This level of self-inquiry is the first step in reclaiming ownership over one's soul. Rebellion is not just about resisting authority. It is about reclaiming personal sovereignty in a world that conditions people to be weak, dependent, and conformist. Modern culture trains individuals to suppress their instincts, deny their passions, and follow lifeless routines that offer comfort but destroy vitality. True rebellion is not about blind rejection. It is about reconnecting with the deeper forces of the soul, breaking free from mental slavery, and forging an authentic path that aligns with personal truth rather than societal expectations. The most dangerous aspect of modern culture is that it pretends to encourage individuality while subtly enforcing conformity. People are told to express themselves, but only within acceptable ideological frameworks. They are told to follow their dreams, but only if those dreams align with economic productivity and social trends. The result is a generation of individuals who believe they are free while unknowingly reinforcing the same system that drains their vitality. Real rebellion starts when one sees through this illusion and decides to carve their own path. But rebellion is not just external, it is also internal. The inner tyrants, lust, envy, pride, fear, often act as the greatest enemies to self-liberation. Many people blame society, politics, or the system for their unhappiness, but the truth is that the battle for freedom begins within. A person who lacks self-discipline, mental clarity, and control over their emotions will never be truly free, no matter how much they fight external oppression. Jung understood that inner work is the foundation of real transformation, and those who avoid this work will always remain slaves to their own chaos. To break free, one must reignite their life force by embracing creativity, physical vitality, and intellectual independence. This means challenging every assumption, rejecting passive consumption, and engaging in real, tangible acts of creation. A person trapped in endless scrolling, mindless entertainment, and ideological dogma is not rebelling. They are submitting in the most subtle way possible. True rebellion requires rebuilding the self through physical strength, creative mastery, and intellectual self-education. Rebellion is the spark, but transformation is the fire that sustains real change. Many who reject societal norms still find themselves lost, drifting without direction because they have not built an internal structure strong enough to replace what they abandoned. Walking away from the system is not enough. One must actively rebuild the self through a process of deep self-discovery, discipline, and personal mastery. Otherwise, rebellion turns into nihilism, and freedom becomes another form of enslavement. Jung understood this well. He saw that self-discovery was not about rejecting the past entirely, but about confronting it, integrating it, and choosing which aspects to keep and which to discard. This is why transformation requires brutal honesty, looking at the aspects of oneself that have been shaped by cultural conditioning and asking, is this truly me, or is this just a reflection of what I was told to be? Most people never ask this question, and so they remain trapped in a second-hand identity, built from external expectations rather than internal truth. Real transformation demands competence, not just philosophy. In a world that values intellectualism over real-world ability, many remain trapped in endless theory, debating ideas instead of applying them. But true self-mastery comes from developing tangible skills, physical, intellectual, creative, and emotional. This is why the great thinkers, warriors, and artists of history never relied solely on ideas. They tested their knowledge through action, discipline, and lived experience. Personal growth is not about collecting abstract wisdom. It is about embodying wisdom through direct engagement with reality. A major roadblock to transformation is the modern obsession with comfort. Western culture has conditioned people to fear difficulty, struggle, and the unknown. But growth does not happen in safe spaces. It happens in the trenches of effort, challenge, and self-confrontation. Jung's descent into the unconscious was terrifying, chaotic, and overwhelming, but it was also necessary. He understood that to become whole, one must face the darkness, extract its lessons, and return stronger. The alternative is stagnation, a life spent running from discomfort rather than growing through it. Practical solutions for self-transformation. Recognizing the crisis of modern culture is not enough. Action is required. Those who understand the decline of the West must not waste time complaining or waiting for change to happen externally. The only real solution is self-transformation, a process that involves breaking free from cultural conditioning, reclaiming personal power, and developing the skills necessary to thrive in an era of collapse. This is not just about survival. It is about creating a foundation for a new way of being that is resilient, independent, and aligned with higher principles. The first step is mental and physical discipline. A weak mind and a weak body will always be controlled by external forces. This means prioritizing intellectual self-education, physical training, and skill building over passive consumption. Read the books that challenge conventional thinking. Train your body to handle stress and discomfort. Learn practical skills that give you autonomy, whether in philosophy, art, business, or craftsmanship. The modern world conditions people to be mentally scattered, physically unfit, and dependent on external validation. To break free, one must reverse all of these trends. The second step is detoxifying from cultural manipulation. Society is engineered to keep individuals distracted, emotionally unstable, and spiritually numb. This is done through social media addiction, entertainment designed to weaken attention spans, and ideological narratives that instill guilt, confusion, and division. The solution is to reclaim focus, limit exposure to mindless content, engage in deep work, and create rather than consume. The more one separates from modern programming, the clearer the mind becomes, and the easier it is to build a life of purpose. The third step is creating a community of like-minded individuals. No one builds an empire alone. Throughout history, those who shaped civilizations, from the ancient philosophers to Renaissance thinkers, did so within circles of discipline, knowledge, and mutual growth. The lone individual can accomplish much, but a network of self-empowered individuals can shift the course of history. This is why forming intellectual groups, creative alliances, and communities based on shared values is crucial. The mainstream culture is built to weaken, but parallel structures can be built to strengthen and awaken. Jung believed that energy and creativity are the antidotes to nihilism. A person without direction, without a sense of mission, will drift into weakness and despair. Modern culture tells people to seek comfort, but comfort is the enemy of vitality. Those who want to rise above the collapse must be willing to struggle, to develop discipline, to engage in acts that challenge the mind and body. Whether through philosophy, art, physical training, or leadership, the only way to break free from cultural decay is to live with intention, to cultivate inner strength, and to act with clarity. Leadership is another key factor. During times of crisis, those who can see clearly become the ones who shape the future. When Rome fell, it was not the masses who rebuilt civilization. It was the philosophers, the warriors, the visionaries who refused to be swallowed by the collapse. The same is true today. Most people will continue to live in distraction, avoiding the reality of their own weakness. But those who embrace their full potential, who take responsibility for their own transformation, will become the ones who set the foundation for what comes next. The process of reclaiming vitality is not abstract, it is practical. It means engaging with deep ideas, pushing physical limits, taking action instead of waiting for direction. It means questioning societal narratives, refusing to live passively, and developing the power to shape one's own destiny. The people who survive and thrive in an era of collapse are those who do not wait for permission to grow. They recognize the crisis for what it is, not just a disaster, but an opportunity to evolve. Throughout history, when civilizations stood on the brink of collapse, it was visionaries who saw beyond the ruins and pointed toward a new path. These were not mere thinkers or intellectuals, they were prophets, warriors, and architects of the future. They understood that the fall of a civilization is not just destruction, It is a moment of rebirth, an opening for something new. But only those who can see the deeper patterns, who have the strength to break away from mass delusion, can shape what comes next. Jung and Nietzsche were among these visionaries. Nietzsche saw the coming crisis of the West, warning that the loss of spiritual depth would lead to nihilism and decay. Jung took this insight further, delving into the unconscious forces that drive civilizations. He understood that without a connection to deeper myths, people become weak, lost, and easy to control. His Red Book was not just a psychological exploration, it was a prophetic warning, a guide for those who would need to navigate the next great collapse. Visionaries do not offer easy answers. They do not tell people what they want to hear. They tell them what they need to hear. This is why they are often ignored, ridiculed, or even attacked. But time proves them right. Isaiah was mocked before his prophecies came true. Socrates was executed before his wisdom reshaped philosophy. Nietzsche was dismissed as insane before the world realized he had foreseen the 20th century's horrors. Visionaries operate on a different timeline. They are speaking to the future, not just to the present. The West is at a turning point, and the question remains: who will rise to lead the next transformation? Most people are trapped in distraction, too consumed by their own fears to see the greater picture. But there will always be those who refuse to be sedated by comfort, who awaken to their own power, and who step forward to shape what comes next. The collapse of an era is terrifying to the weak, but to the strong, it is a call to action. The role of imagination in self-realization. Imagination is not just child's play. It is one of the most powerful tools for self-discovery and transformation. Society teaches people to rely on logic, structure, and external validation, while imagination is often dismissed as useless fantasy. But Jung understood that imagination is not just about creating stories. It is a direct bridge to the unconscious mind, a way to access the deeper truths hidden beneath rational thought. In the Red Book, he used active imagination as a method to engage with his inner world, treating visions, symbols, and dialogues with the psyche as real experiences. This is where most people go wrong in self-discovery. They assume that truth can only be found in logic, facts, and external sources. But the soul speaks a different language. It speaks through symbols, dreams, emotions, and creativity. That's why Jung argued that imagination is essential for individuation. Through it, one can unlock suppressed aspects of the self, rediscover forgotten talents, and break free from the rigid structures imposed by societal norms. When was the last time you allowed yourself to fully create, without fear of judgment? Many people lose touch with their imagination as they grow older, replacing it with a hyper-rational, performance-based mindset. But reconnecting with creativity, whether through art, writing, music, or even daydreaming, can open doors to deeper self-awareness. Jung did not just write theories about the unconscious. He painted, wrote poetry, and let his visions manifest in artistic form. He understood that creation is not just a hobby, it is a dialogue with the soul. One way to apply this in real life is to observe the world through a symbolic lens. Instead of taking everything at face value, try seeing everyday events as messages. A conversation that triggers an unexpected emotion, a song that appears at the perfect moment, a recurring dream. These are not coincidences. They are clues, synchronicities, opportunities to access deeper meaning. The more one engages with the world in this way, the more alive and interconnected everything begins to feel. When imagination is fully embraced, life transforms from a series of disconnected events into a grand, unfolding story. The reason many people feel lost or uninspired is because they have been taught to ignore the creative, intuitive side of their psyche. But once they reclaim this ability to create, to interpret symbols, to see beyond the surface of reality, a new sense of vitality emerges. And this is exactly what Jung experienced while writing the Red Book, a radical reconnection with his creative self, which ultimately led him to deeper self-realization. Jung's Red Book is not a typical psychological text. It is a direct confrontation with the unconscious, a raw and unfiltered record of his deepest experiences. Unlike his other works, which are structured and analytical, the Red Book is chaotic, symbolic, and intensely personal. It was never meant for the public, because Jung himself feared how it would be received. But in this text, he documented his inner visions, conversations with archetypal forces, and a journey into the depths of his psyche. It is not just a book, it is a blueprint for psychological transformation. At its core, the Red Book captures the battle between the ego and the deeper self. Jung was already a well-respected intellectual when he started writing it, but he realized that despite all his knowledge, he was missing something fundamental, a real connection to his soul. This is why he immersed himself in this work, recording every vision and symbol that emerged from his unconscious. The book became a map of individuation, where he faced not only his fears but also the forgotten parts of himself. The book's influence goes far beyond psychology. Artists, writers, spiritual seekers, and even philosophers have studied it as a guide to self-exploration. The images and symbols Jung painted in the book are not just personal, they are universal. They tap into something ancient, something that has been expressed in mythology, religious texts, and visionary art throughout history. This is why the Red Book is often compared to a modern-day sacred text. It does not provide direct answers, but it reveals the psychological journey that every human must take. The challenge is that most people today do not know how to engage with a work like this. In a world obsessed with instant results and surface-level self-help, the idea of spending years exploring one's unconscious, interpreting symbols, and engaging with imagination sounds foreign. But this is exactly why the Red Book remains relevant. It reminds people that deep transformation is not a quick fix, but a process of confrontation, discovery, and integration. Jung's work teaches that understanding the psyche requires more than logic. It demands a willingness to enter the unknown, to experience chaos, and to trust the process of individuation. This is why the Red Book is so significant. It is not just about Jung, but about all of us. It shows that every individual has an inner world waiting to be explored, a deeper self that is calling to be acknowledged. But how do we know we're on the right path? Jung believed that the answer lies in synchronicity, the hidden patterns that guide us forward. Synchronicities and psychological integration. Jung introduced the concept of synchronicity as proof that the inner and outer worlds are not separate but deeply interconnected. He believed that meaningful coincidences, those moments where the external world seems to reflect internal thoughts or emotions, were not random. Instead, they were signs that a person was in alignment with their deeper self. This is what makes synchronicity so powerful. It validates the path of individuation, offering clues that guide us toward integration and self-discovery. Many people experience synchronicity but dismiss it as chance. They think of a friend, and suddenly that friend calls. They see a repeated symbol or number in unexpected places. They hear a message in a song that directly speaks to their current situation. These moments feel eerie because they suggest that there is an unseen intelligence at work, orchestrating events in a way that defies logic. Jung saw these moments as evidence that the psyche extends beyond the individual, tapping into a collective unconscious filled with patterns and archetypes. But synchronicity is not just about noticing strange coincidences. It is about psychological integration. When people are disconnected from their unconscious, life feels random, fragmented, and meaningless. But as they begin the individuation process, they start seeing patterns everywhere. The external world begins to mirror their internal transformation. This is why many who engage deeply in self-discovery find that certain books, teachers, or experiences appear at exactly the right moment. It is as if reality itself is responding to their psychological evolution. Jung believed that paying attention to these moments is crucial because they act as a confirmation that one is on the right path. If synchronicities increase, it means the ego and the unconscious are starting to work together. If life feels chaotic and disconnected, it might mean that one is ignoring their true path. This is why deep self-reflection and dream analysis are so important. They help uncover what the unconscious is trying to communicate. In the Red Book, Jung recorded his visions not as abstract ideas, but as real experiences that shaped his transformation. So how does one invite more synchronicity into life? The key is engagement. The more a person actively works on their psychological growth, whether through imagination, journaling, or artistic expression, the more aligned they become with these hidden patterns. Synchronicity is not something that can be forced, but it can be cultivated by developing a deeper awareness of both the internal and external worlds. Breaking free from the persona. Most people are not living as their true selves, they are living as a persona, a carefully constructed mask designed to meet societal expectations. From an early age, individuals learn to modify their behavior to be accepted, suppressing parts of themselves that don't fit the image they want to project. But the problem with living as a persona is that it creates a deep sense of emptiness. The more one conforms to external standards, the further they drift from their authentic self. Jung recognized this as one of the greatest psychological struggles, the tension between who we are and who we pretend to be. The persona is not entirely negative. It allows people to function in society. But when the mask becomes the identity, the soul suffers. Many feel this suffering without realizing its cause. They experience burnout, dissatisfaction, or an unexplainable sense of being lost despite achieving external success. The truth is, when a person lives too much for others, parents, social circles, cultural expectations, they begin to forget who they actually are. This is why breaking free from the persona is so important. It is not about rejecting society, but about aligning the outer self with the inner truth. One of the ways Jung explored this was through his concept of the anima, the inner guide that represents the suppressed parts of the psyche. In the Red Book, Jung engaged in deep conversations with his anima, allowing it to challenge his assumptions and lead him towards self-integration. Most people ignore their inner guide because it disrupts their carefully constructed identity. But true growth begins when one is willing to listen to that voice, to explore the thoughts, desires, and intuitions that have been buried under years of conditioning. This is not an easy process. Breaking free from the persona means confronting fears, uncertainties, and the possibility of rejection. It means realizing that some relationships, careers, or social roles may have been built on false foundations. But the alternative, staying trapped in an identity that no longer serves the soul, is far worse. The people who truly embody their potential are those who have courageously stripped away what is false, even at the cost of comfort. Jung believed that this journey was essential for individuation. One cannot become whole while living as a mask. But breaking free is not just about rejecting the old. It is about rediscovering the creative, original self hidden beneath the persona. One of the biggest traps in modern society is the obsession with external validation. From a young age, people are conditioned to seek approval from parents, teachers, peers, and later, from social media, career achievements, and societal expectations. The need to be seen as successful often overshadows the deeper need for authenticity. But Jung recognized that true self-realization can only happen when a person stops relying on external opinions and starts living from within. The problem with external validation is that it makes a person dependent on forces beyond their control. If self-worth is based on how others perceive them, then happiness and fulfillment become fragile, easily shattered by criticism or failure. This is why many people live in constant anxiety, always seeking approval, yet never feeling satisfied. Jung understood that the only way to break this cycle was to turn inward and cultivate an internal sense of worth, one that is rooted in the deeper self rather than fleeting recognition. One way to do this is by shifting from a consumer mindset to a creator mindset. Instead of constantly seeking validation through likes, promotions, or external success, one must start creating something meaningful from within: art, ideas, philosophy, a personal vision of life. Jung himself experienced this firsthand. When he stepped away from mainstream academia to explore his inner world, he produced some of his most revolutionary ideas. He no longer cared if others thought he was mad. He knew he was following something deeper than social approval. This is a difficult transition because society rewards conformity, not originality. The moment a person starts living authentically, pursuing their real interests, speaking their true thoughts, rejecting shallow trends, they will face resistance. Friends might not understand, family might criticize, society might dismiss them. But this is the price of individuation, the willingness to stand alone rather than betray the soul. Jung believed that once a person frees themselves from the need to be validated, true creativity and personal power emerge. This is when life stops being about impressing others and starts being about expression, depth, and meaning. And once a person reaches this stage, something incredible happens. They begin to experience creativity not just as a skill, but as a sacred act, a direct connection to the soul. Creativity and spirituality. Creativity is not just about making art. Tea is a direct channel to the soul, a sacred act of self-expression. Many people assume that creativity is only for artists, musicians, or writers, but Jung saw it differently. He believed that creativity is a fundamental part of the individuation process, a way for the unconscious to communicate with the conscious mind. This is why he filled the Red Book with paintings, poetic passages, and symbolic narratives. It was his way of translating his inner world into something tangible. Most people lose touch with their creative self because modern life prioritizes productivity over imagination. Schools and workplaces rarely encourage people to think symbolically, to play with ideas, or to create without an immediate purpose. But creativity is not a luxury. It is a necessity for psychological and spiritual growth. When a person engages in creative expression, whether through drawing, writing, movement, or music, they are not just making something new. They are making themselves new. Jung saw this firsthand when he began painting his visions. By externalizing his unconscious experiences, he gave them form, allowing him to interact with them in a conscious way. This is a powerful practice anyone can adopt. For example, journaling dreams, sketching abstract thoughts, or writing intuitively can all act as bridges between the rational mind and the deeper psyche. The more one engages in these practices, the clearer the connection with the inner world becomes. Creativity also serves a spiritual purpose. In many ancient traditions, art was used as a form of divine communication. Sacred symbols, music, and architecture were not just aesthetic but deeply meaningful. Jung believed that modern society had lost this understanding, reducing creativity to mere entertainment rather than recognizing it as a path to transcendence and self-discovery. This is why his later work focused so much on symbols, myths, and archetypes. He wanted to reconnect people with the forgotten language of the soul. The lesson here is simple. If you feel disconnected, lost, or uninspired, start creating. It does not matter what or how. What matters is engaging with your imagination, letting your deeper self speak, and allowing creativity to become a tool for transformation. The ego's role in transformation. Many spiritual teachings emphasize the need to destroy the ego, but Jung saw things differently. The ego is not the enemy. It is a necessary structure that allows a person to navigate reality. The real challenge is not eliminating the ego, but integrating it with the deeper self. If the ego becomes too rigid, it traps a person in a limited identity, disconnected from the unconscious. But if it is completely dissolved, a person risks losing all sense of individuality. True transformation happens when the ego learns to serve the soul, rather than control it. Jung believed that the ego is like a tool. It is useful, but it should not dominate one's entire identity. When the ego is out of balance, it can manifest in two extremes, inflation or repression. Inflation happens when a person believes they are superior, refusing to acknowledge their weaknesses or deeper fears. Repression happens when a person denies their individuality, becoming passive and conforming to external expectations. Neither leads to true individuation. The key is balance, allowing the ego to exist, but aligning it with a greater purpose. One way to work with the ego is through self-reflection and shadow work. The ego resists change, often rejecting anything that threatens its sense of control. This is why many people avoid deep self-exploration. It forces them to confront uncomfortable truths about themselves. But the more a person integrates their unconscious fears, desires, and contradictions, the stronger and more adaptable the ego becomes. Instead of being a wall that separates the self from the soul, it becomes a bridge. Jung also saw the ego as a necessary step in spiritual awakening. Many traditions speak of enlightenment as an egoless state, but Jung argued that one must first have a strong sense of self before transcending it. A person who has never developed confidence, discipline, or a clear identity cannot simply dissolve into higher consciousness. They will get lost. This is why individuation is not about rejecting the ego, but about strengthening it in a way that allows for greater psychological depth and transformation. So rather than seeing the ego as something to be destroyed, it should be trained, refined, and guided. A well-integrated ego does not seek dominance, nor does it hide in fear. It stands firm but remains open to change. And this is essential when facing life's greatest challenges, both personal and collective. In modern times, many have lost this balance, avoiding real struggles and failing to cultivate the inner strength necessary for true transformation. Which is why war, whether external or internal, often becomes the ultimate test of the self. War has always been more than just a political conflict. It is a reflection of inner and outer struggles, a test of identity, and a catalyst for transformation. Throughout history, warriors did not just fight for land or power. They fought to prove themselves, to assert their place in the world, and to forge a stronger sense of self. Jung understood this deeply. He saw war, not only as a literal event, but as a psychological necessity, an unavoidable part of personal and cultural evolution. In the Red Book, Jung described his own internal war, the battle between the ego and the unconscious, between structure and chaos, between who he was and who he was becoming. This is the war every person must face at some point, the realization that their old self is no longer enough, that a transformation is necessary, but that this transformation will not come easily. Growth demands struggle, and struggle often takes the form of an internal conflict that forces us to redefine ourselves. The problem in modern times is that most people avoid war, not just physical war, but psychological war. They avoid hardship, they avoid discomfort, they avoid confrontation, preferring to remain in a passive, controlled existence. But without struggle, there is no evolution. Without resistance, there is no strength. Jung believed that war, in its deepest sense, is a confrontation with fate. It is what forces individuals and societies to choose between stagnation and transformation. This is why those who actively engage with life's challenges, whether through self-discipline, deep learning, or facing personal fears, become stronger, while those who seek comfort above all else become weak. Think of the great myths. Heroes are never formed in times of peace. They are forged in battle, in exile, in hardship. Today, many people feel lost because they have never truly tested themselves. They have avoided war, but in doing so, they have avoided growth. Jung's message was clear. Transformation is a battle, and the enemy is within. The war is not just against society, against external struggles, or against those who disagree with us. It is against the weaker version of ourselves that resists change. Those who embrace this internal war, who fight for their own individuation, become the architects of their destiny. Existential growth and the soul's awakening. The true purpose of individuation is not just self-improvement. It is the awakening of the soul, the realization of one's deeper nature beyond societal conditioning and personal limitations. Jung believed that most people live in a fragmented state, disconnected from their unconscious, caught in an endless loop of external validation and superficial pursuits. But at some point, the soul demands more. This moment, when the old ways of living no longer satisfy, when a deeper longing arises, is the beginning of true existential growth. The path to awakening is not a comfortable one. It requires confronting both the light and dark aspects of the self, understanding that within each person exists both creation and destruction, order and chaos, strength and vulnerability. Many spiritual teachings focus only on the positive aspects of awakening, peace, love, and enlightenment. But Jung understood that real transformation requires engaging with the full spectrum of human nature. This is why his work emphasized shadow integration, the process of acknowledging and making peace with the hidden, repressed aspects of the psyche. For many, this journey begins with a deep existential crisis, a sense of meaninglessness, a questioning of identity, or a sudden realization that the life they have built no longer feels real. This is not a sign of failure. It is a sign that the unconscious is calling. The Red Book was Jung's record of this exact process, his struggle, his insights, his moments of despair and revelation. He understood that the soul speaks in symbols, dreams, synchronicities, and emotions. The question is whether one is willing to listen. The challenge of soul awakening is that it requires a complete shift in perspective. Instead of chasing external goals, status, money, approval, one must turn inward and seek meaning through self-knowledge and creative expression. This is why many who go through individuation find themselves drawn to art, philosophy, mythology, or spiritual traditions. The soul longs for depth, for connection to something greater than the surface-level reality most people accept without question. But here's the secret. Existential growth is not just for mystics, philosophers, or great thinkers. It is for anyone willing to ask deeper questions and embrace the unknown. The Red Book is a guide, not because it provides direct answers, but because it shows the process of transformation in its rawest form. Jung proved that the greatest journey one can take is the journey within, because once the soul is awakened, life is never the same again. Creativity and high openness. Creativity is often seen as a gift, a spark of imagination that allows individuals to break free from societal norms and generate new ideas. But what many don't realize is that high openness, the psychological trait associated with creativity, also comes with its challenges. People with high openness are naturally drawn to abstract thought, artistic expression, and ideological exploration, which often makes them feel out of sync with the structured, practical mindset of mainstream society. They see the world not as it is, but as it could be, a playground of potential, ripe for transformation. However, this perspective, while liberating, can also create a deep sense of isolation. Nietzsche believed that those who see further than the masses often walk alone, and this is precisely the struggle of highly open-minded individuals. They may spend their days lost in ideas, theories, and visions for the future, only to realize that very few people around them share the same depth of perception. While the general public may be content with routine, certainty, and practical concerns, the creative mind is constantly shifting between chaos and order, unable to remain within rigid structures for long. This often results in a feeling of alienation, as though the individual exists in a world where their way of thinking is not fully understood. But this alienation is not necessarily a curse, it is also a call to mastery. Highly creative individuals have the unique ability to bridge the gap between imagination and reality, bringing abstract ideas into tangible form. Whether through art, philosophy, music, or innovation, their minds are wired to explore what lies beyond conventional thinking. The key challenge, however, is learning how to balance creative idealism with practical execution. Many intellectuals and artists struggle because they remain trapped in the realm of abstraction, unable to bring their ideas into the material world where they can create real impact. Jung recognized this tension and suggested that creative individuals must engage in a process of individuation, where they integrate their unconscious imagination with conscious action. Without this balance, one risks becoming lost in the unconscious, overwhelmed by abstract thought, disconnected from reality. Many visionaries throughout history, from poets to philosophers, struggled with this challenge, oscillating between inspired genius and existential despair. The secret lies in harnessing creativity without allowing it to consume one's sense of groundedness. Having a highly open and creative mind often feels like living in a completely different reality from the majority of people. While others focus on routine, structure, and practical concerns, The highly open-minded individual is drawn to ideas, possibilities, and abstract thinking. This often results in a sense of being a misfit, someone who struggles to relate to societal norms and expectations. The world seems rigid, repetitive, and at times painfully shallow, while the creative mind yearns for depth, transformation, and exploration. The feeling of not being understood is not just frustrating, it can be deeply isolating. Many intellectuals and artists throughout history have experienced this tension between individuality and societal expectations. They feel as though they are speaking a different language, one that few can understand. Their thoughts move quickly, exploring ideological complexities, existential challenges, and unconventional perspectives, while the world around them seems preoccupied with stability and predictability. This disconnect can lead to a sense of loneliness, not necessarily from a lack of social interaction, but from a lack of deep intellectual and creative connection. This isolation is often compounded by frustration, a feeling of being trapped between a mind that constantly generates new ideas and a world that is slow to embrace change. High openness comes with an insatiable hunger for knowledge and innovation, but this can also result in anxiety and existential restlessness. Many creative individuals struggle with perfectionism, unable to bring their ideas into reality because they constantly seek something more profound, more meaningful, or more complete. They feel that no project, no piece of work, no expression of thought is ever truly finished, only abandoned in favor of the next idea. Jung would argue that this internal conflict arises because creative individuals have a deep connection to the unconscious mind, which constantly feeds them symbols, dreams, and abstract insights. However, if these insights are not integrated into real-world action, they can create inner turmoil. This is why so many highly creative individuals suffer from self-doubt, procrastination, and even depression. They are caught between the need for intellectual exploration and the challenge of grounding their ideas in reality. Without this balance, creativity becomes a source of suffering rather than fulfillment. The dangers of abstraction and idealism. For those with high openness, the world of ideas is intoxicating, a limitless space where concepts, ideologies, and creative visions can flourish without constraint. But this strength can easily become a weakness. Many intellectuals, philosophers, and creatives fall into the trap of abstraction, losing themselves in theoretical worlds that never materialize into action. Nietzsche warned about this extensively, arguing that intellectuals who retreat too deeply into idealism risk becoming disconnected from life itself. They construct grand theories, moral visions, and utopian dreams, yet often fail to bring them into practical reality. Idealism, in itself, is not the problem. It is when it becomes detached from lived experience that it turns into a burden. Many highly open-minded individuals spend their lives chasing the perfect idea, the perfect philosophy, the perfect artistic expression, only to find that perfection is impossible. This often leads to procrastination, frustration, and even nihilism. When the real world fails to match the idealized vision of the mind, disillusionment sets in. Some intellectuals respond by withdrawing entirely, rejecting society, relationships, and even their own ambitions, convinced that reality is too flawed to engage with. This is why Nietzsche emphasized the importance of will to power, the idea that one must not only think but act. He saw many intellectuals becoming trapped in paralysis by analysis, endlessly debating and theorizing without ever bringing their ideas into tangible form. The philosopher who spends decades writing a book that never gets finished, the artist who refuses to share their work because it isn't perfect, the innovator who keeps refining an idea but never launches it, all of these are symptoms of an overactive intellect divorced from real-world execution. Jung had a different approach, but arrived at a similar conclusion. He believed that the unconscious mind is constantly feeding individuals with symbols, archetypes, and insights, but that these insights must be integrated into daily life to have meaning. He called this process individuation, the act of bringing the unconscious into conscious awareness and turning it into something practical and meaningful. Without this step, creative individuals remain lost in fantasy, overwhelmed by possibilities but unable to ground themselves in action. Carl Jung understood what many intellectuals and creatives struggle with. The mind is not a purely rational machine, but a living system of symbols, myths, and unconscious forces. He saw the unconscious as a vast reservoir of imagination, constantly influencing our thoughts, emotions, and creative processes. For highly open-minded individuals, this is both a gift and a challenge. Their deep connection to abstract thought, artistic expression, and unconventional ideas stems from a direct link to the unconscious. But if this energy is not properly understood, it can become overwhelming, leading to mental chaos, anxiety, or even creative burnout. Jung's concept of individuation is central to understanding how to navigate this complexity. He argued that true self-development comes from integrating the unconscious into conscious awareness, rather than being controlled by it. This is why he encouraged active imagination, a method where one engages with the images, ideas, and archetypes that emerge from the unconscious. Through journaling, artistic expression, or even meditation, individuals can give form to abstract thoughts, transforming them into something meaningful. This process is essential for highly creative people, who often feel overwhelmed by the flood of ideas in their minds. One of Jung's greatest contributions was his understanding of archetypes, the universal symbols that shape human thought and creativity. Whether in mythology, religion, literature, or dreams, these patterns appear again and again across cultures and history. For creative individuals, recognizing these archetypes can enhance their ability to express ideas, giving their work deeper psychological and cultural resonance. Many of history's greatest artists, writers, and thinkers tapped into these collective symbols, using them to create works that transcended time and personal experience. However, Jung also warned against becoming lost in the unconscious, much like Nietzsche's warning about abstraction. He saw many intellectuals and artists fall into the trap of pure imagination without grounding their insights in reality. The key then is balance. Creative individuals must learn when to dive into the depths of the unconscious and when to return to the surface. Jung himself practiced this through his Red Book explorations, where he actively engaged with his unconscious visions while ensuring that his discoveries were translated into practical psychological theories. For those with high openness, creativity, and a hunger for knowledge, Jung offers something invaluable, a roadmap for navigating the inner world without becoming trapped in it. By embracing both imagination and structure, both intuition and reason, individuals can cultivate a creative process that is not only deeply fulfilling, but also transformative. But there is still one major obstacle. Modern education does little to nurture this kind of intellectual and creative development. The role of education and intellectual development. Modern education is built on standardization, efficiency, and predictability, values that serve the majority well but often fail the highly open-minded and creative individual. From an early age, children are taught what to think rather than how to think, forced into rigid structures that prioritize memorization over imagination. For those with high openness, this system can feel suffocating. Their natural inclination toward abstract thought, creativity, and deep ideological exploration is often met with indifference, or worse, resistance. Instead of nurturing intellectual curiosity, education frequently trains people to conform. Historically, intellectual development was more individualized, with societies fostering the growth of exceptional minds. Ancient Greece, for example, placed great emphasis on philosophical inquiry, artistic expression, and dialectical thinking. Figures like Plato, Aristotle, and Pythagoras were not bound by rigid curricula. They were free to explore the depths of human knowledge without constraints. Even during the Renaissance, the greatest thinkers, Leonardo da Vinci, Copernicus, and Michelangelo, were self-driven learners who thrived outside conventional systems. In contrast, modern education often flattens intellectual diversity, turning potential innovators into passive recipients of information. One of the most glaring issues is the suppression of creative and abstract thinking in favor of practicality. Schools prioritize measurable skills, mathematics, standardized writing, structured problem solving, while neglecting creative disciplines like philosophy, art, and open-ended inquiry. While these practical skills are essential, the failure to balance them with imaginative thinking leads to a society that is efficient but uninspired, structured but stagnant. Many highly open-minded individuals leave school feeling alienated, undervalued, and disconnected from their own potential. Jung believed that education should be a process of self-discovery, where individuals are guided toward understanding their unconscious mind, their personality, and their unique strengths. But today's system rarely encourages such introspection. Instead, it emphasizes homogenization, forcing students to follow predefined career paths, discouraging unconventional thinking, and rewarding obedience over originality. The modern world claims to value creativity, yet stifles it at every level of education. Those who think differently are often labeled as daydreamers, unrealistic, or even problematic, when in reality, they are simply operating on a different cognitive frequency. For highly creative individuals, society often feels like an ill-fitting suit, too tight, too restrictive, and designed for someone else entirely. The world values stability, predictability, and efficiency, while those with high openness thrive on exploration, transformation, and uncertainty. This creates an ongoing tension. How does one navigate a society that prioritizes structure while being drawn to creativity, abstraction, and innovation? The challenge is not just about personal fulfillment. It is about reconciling one's inner world with the external pressures of societal norms and expectations. This conflict manifests in career choices, relationships, and even self-perception. Many highly creative individuals feel pressure to conform to traditional paths, to pursue jobs that provide security rather than passion, to suppress imaginative impulses in favor of practicality, or to adjust their thinking to fit mainstream discourse. Yet this comes at a cost. Those who ignore their creative instincts often experience deep dissatisfaction, mental exhaustion, and even existential frustration. The paradox is clear. Society claims to admire creativity, yet punishes those who deviate from the norm. Nietzsche believed that true fulfillment comes not from conformity, but from the courage to carve one's own path. He saw societal systems as mechanisms designed to maintain order, not to cultivate greatness. Creative individuals often feel like outsiders, not because they lack intelligence or discipline, but because their values are fundamentally different. While the majority seeks stability and social belonging, the highly open-minded individual seeks growth, self-discovery, and deeper meaning. This is why many intellectuals and artists feel disconnected from the world around them, not because they are superior, but because they are wired for a different kind of existence. Yet, rejecting societal expectations entirely is not the answer. Total isolation leads to bitterness, resentment, and stagnation. Instead, the key is integration, finding ways to balance creative individuality with functional engagement in the world. This might mean choosing work that allows for personal expression, surrounding oneself with people who appreciate complexity, or redefining success beyond conventional metrics. Highly creative individuals do not need to reject society. They need to learn how to move within it without being consumed by it. The importance of balancing creativity with real-world application. Creativity without execution is like a fire with no fuel. It burns brightly for a moment, but fades before it can create lasting warmth. Highly open-minded individuals often live in a world of ideas, constantly generating new concepts, visions, and intellectual insights. But without action, even the most brilliant ideas remain nothing more than thoughts. This is the struggle that many creatives face. They see possibilities everywhere, yet struggle to bring them into reality. The key to fulfillment is not just ideation, but manifestation, learning how to bridge the gap between imagination and tangible creation. This is where many intellectuals get stuck. They become so absorbed in perfecting an idea, refining a theory, or exploring every possibility that they never actually produce anything concrete. This is what Nietzsche warned against: over-intellectualization leading to paralysis. He argued that true greatness comes from willing something into existence, even if it is imperfect. Many artists, writers, and thinkers never finish their work because they are waiting for the perfect version, but perfection is an illusion. The creative process thrives on iteration, experimentation, and risk-taking, not just endless theorizing. One of the most effective ways to balance creativity with action is to set clear structures around the creative process. Many successful innovators, whether in art, science, or philosophy, use discipline to harness their ideas into real-world projects. Jung himself did this with his work on the unconscious mind. Instead of merely theorizing about the power of imagination, he developed practical tools like active imagination, dream analysis, and symbolic interpretation. He understood that knowledge without application is sterile, and that true transformation requires engagement with the world. For highly open-minded individuals, this means finding practical ways to channel creativity into meaningful work. It could mean publishing unfinished ideas instead of waiting for perfection, collaborating with others to refine projects, or setting deadlines to ensure execution. The goal is not to suppress creativity, but to structure it in a way that allows it to thrive. Many believe that structure kills creativity, but in reality, structure is what allows creativity to flourish in a sustainable way. Without it, ideas remain untouched potential, never evolving into something impactful. For highly open-minded individuals, true fulfillment is not found in conformity, but in self-discovery and creative expression. The challenge, however, is that society does not always reward those who think differently. Many people with high openness feel a tension between embracing their individuality and meeting external expectations. But the Kybalion, Jung, Nietzsche, and countless other thinkers emphasize the same truth: authenticity is the key to fulfillment. Those who suppress their creative nature in favor of social approval often experience frustration, emptiness, and even existential despair. The world may not always understand the value of an individual's unique mind, but that does not mean it is not worth expressing. Self-discovery is an ongoing process, one that requires both introspection and external engagement. Jung believed that understanding the unconscious mind was the key to unlocking one's full creative potential. This means exploring dreams, archetypes, and personal symbols to uncover deeper layers of the self. For some, this may involve journaling, meditation, or creative exploration, anything that allows them to engage with their inner world in a meaningful way. Nietzsche, on the other hand, believed that self-discovery was an active process, requiring individuals to challenge their own limitations, embrace discomfort, and push themselves beyond mediocrity. Both perspectives highlight an essential truth: one must actively participate in their own growth, rather than waiting for external validation. This process also involves redefining success and meaning on one's own terms. Many highly open-minded individuals feel disconnected from conventional measures of achievement, status, wealth, or societal approval may hold little meaning for them. Instead, fulfillment often comes from intellectual exploration, creative expression, or meaningful contributions to the world. The mistake many creatives make is assuming that their work must be widely recognized to be valuable. But history is filled with thinkers, artists, and philosophers who were unappreciated in their time, only for their ideas to shape the future. True success is not about external recognition, but about living in alignment with one's nature. However, self-discovery does not mean isolation. One of the greatest risks for highly creative individuals is withdrawing from society entirely, convinced that no one will ever understand them. But isolation leads to stagnation. Even Jung, despite his emphasis on individuality, recognized the importance of engaging with others, challenging perspectives, and refining ideas through dialogue and experience. Finding a community, whether through like-minded individuals, intellectual discussions, or artistic collaboration, can help balance the need for personal authenticity with the desire for connection. In the end, the path of self-discovery is not about choosing between creativity and reality, individuality and society, or imagination and action. It is about integrating all these elements into a cohesive and fulfilling life. The world may not always understand those with high openness, deep imagination, and unconventional thinking, but that does not mean their contributions are any less valuable. And as history has shown, it is often the misunderstood minds that change the world the most. The illusion of self-actualization. Modern self-help culture glorifies self-actualization as the ultimate goal of personal development, yet few seem to define what it actually means. We are bombarded with messages urging us to become the best version of ourselves, to achieve happiness, success, and inner peace, but these ideas remain frustratingly vague. Self-actualization, as it is often portrayed, is more of a marketing slogan than a tangible goal. It promises transformation, yet offers no clear roadmap for getting there, leaving many feeling disoriented and unfulfilled when they don't reach some mythical endpoint. Jung understood that true transformation is not about reaching a static, idealized version of the self, but rather engaging in a lifelong process of individuation. Unlike modern self-help trends that promote a one-size-fits-all path to success, Jungian psychology acknowledges that each individual must navigate their own unique journey, integrating their strengths, weaknesses, and unconscious drives. The pursuit of self-actualization is often misunderstood as the elimination of suffering, but in reality, suffering is a crucial component of growth and self-discovery. Many self-improvement gurus frame transformation as a heroic quest, much like the hero's journey in mythology. The individual embarks on a path of change, overcomes struggles, and eventually reaches enlightenment. But the problem with this model is that it implies a final destination, as if one day you will wake up completely evolved, free from doubts, fears, or struggles. This is an illusion. There is no final form of the self, only continuous evolution. People chase self-actualization as if it's a reward waiting at the end of a finish line, but the process itself is the transformation. The expectation of a sudden, complete transformation leads many to frustration and disillusionment. When they don't achieve constant happiness or unwavering confidence, they assume they've failed. But real transformation isn't about eliminating uncertainty or difficulty. It's about developing the strength to navigate them more effectively. Many struggle with this because they have been conditioned to believe that discomfort is a sign of failure rather than an essential part of growth. The warrior's path is not one of comfort, but of endurance, self-awareness, and action. The desire for transformation is deeply embedded in human nature. People are constantly seeking ways to improve themselves, whether by overcoming personal struggles, breaking free from destructive habits, or striving for a greater sense of purpose. This urge to evolve is not just psychological. It is a fundamental part of our survival instinct. However, the problem arises when people expect change to be instant, effortless, or purely inspirational. True transformation is neither quick nor easy. It is a process of constant struggle, discipline, and internal confrontation. Jung understood that growth requires confrontation with the unconscious. Many people claim they want to change, but when faced with the real work of transformation, self-reflection, emotional discomfort, and personal responsibility, they hesitate. They search for shortcuts, hoping that reading a book, watching a motivational video, or adopting a new habit will instantly unlock a new version of themselves. But without a deep internal shift in mindset and behavior, external changes will always be temporary. Real transformation happens when a person engages in the difficult work of restructuring their self-concept. The biggest obstacle to change is often unrealistic expectations. People assume that once they commit to personal growth, they will experience constant motivation, rapid success, and clear progress. But in reality, transformation is messy, inconsistent, and full of setbacks. There will be days when progress feels invisible, when self-doubt creeps in, when discipline falters. Those who succeed in transforming themselves are not those who avoid these struggles, but those who learn to navigate them without giving up. The will to change is not about motivation, it is about resilience and persistence. This is where the warrior mindset becomes essential. Warriors do not expect the battle to be easy. They prepare for resistance, they train for adversity, and they embrace struggle as a natural part of the journey. If transformation is a battle, then the battlefield is the mind. One must learn to face discomfort, endure setbacks, and push through the resistance of the ego. Jung described this as the process of individuation, the integration of all aspects of the self, both the strengths and the weaknesses, the conscious and the unconscious. Only through this integration does real transformation occur. Stress is not the enemy, it is the raw material of growth and transformation. Many people live under the illusion that one day they will reach a state of success, peace, or enlightenment where stress no longer exists. But stress is not something that disappears, it is an unavoidable part of existence. The difference between those who thrive and those who suffer is not the absence of stress, but their ability to manage, adapt, and transform it into strength. Instead of resisting stress, individuals must learn to engage with it productively, using it as fuel rather than allowing it to become a source of self-destruction. Jung understood that inner conflict and external challenges are necessary catalysts for self-discovery. Every moment of stress presents a choice. Will you avoid it, letting it weaken your resolve, or will you face it, allowing it to shape you into a stronger version of yourself? Many individuals seek to escape stress through distraction, avoidance, or self-medication, but these strategies only delay growth. True transformation comes from leaning into discomfort, embracing struggle, and developing the mental resilience needed to withstand life's inevitable challenges. Mental toughness is built through exposure, not avoidance. Just as a warrior must train under real conditions to prepare for battle, individuals must face stress directly to develop emotional and psychological resilience. The more one confronts fear, uncertainty, and struggle, the more capable they become of navigating difficult situations in the future. Many people wait for life to get easier before they take action, but the truth is, life does not become easier, you become stronger. And the only way to strengthen the mind is through consistent engagement with challenges. Stress can either be a destructive force or a tool for self-improvement, depending on how one approaches it. A person who sees stress as an opportunity for growth will actively seek ways to adapt, problem solve, and develop endurance. The importance of discipline and mental toughness. Discipline is the backbone of transformation. Without discipline, even the most brilliant mind will remain trapped in its own potential, never realizing what it is capable of. Many people believe that motivation is the key to success, but motivation is fleeting. It comes and goes with emotions. Discipline, on the other hand, is what allows a person to act even when they don't feel like it. This is why those who rely solely on feeling inspired will always be at the mercy of their own emotional fluctuations, while those who cultivate discipline will move forward no matter the circumstances. Mental toughness is built through consistent exposure to discomfort. Jung understood that growth comes from engaging with struggle, fear, and uncertainty, not avoiding them. Many people retreat at the first sign of hardship, convincing themselves that the difficulty they face is a sign to stop. But the reality is the mind and body adapt to stress through repetition, whether in physical training, creative work, or personal growth. The more one leans into discomfort, the stronger they become. The warrior does not wish for an easier path. He trains himself to endure the difficult one. The modern world encourages weakness by promoting comfort, convenience, and immediate gratification. Many people have been conditioned to seek pleasure over progress, entertainment over effort, and ease over endurance. This is why so many fail to develop true resilience. They have never been tested, stretched, or pushed beyond their limits. But true transformation requires suffering. It demands sacrifice, discipline, and struggle. The strongest individuals are not those who have avoided hardship, but those who have learned to use pain as a tool for refinement. Self-discipline is what separates those who wish for change from those who create it. If a person waits until they feel ready to act, they will spend their entire life waiting. This is where many individuals sabotage their own growth. They assume they need to be in the right mood, have the perfect plan, or feel a sense of certainty before taking action. But the truth is, action must come first. The act of doing creates the feeling of motivation, not the other way around. The mind must be conditioned like a warrior's body, trained through repetition, through adversity, through relentless commitment. At the core of Jungian psychology is the idea that true transformation requires the integration of all aspects of the self, both the conscious and the unconscious. One of the most misunderstood but essential elements of this process is the anima, the unconscious feminine aspect within a man, or the animus, the masculine aspect within a woman. Jung believed that the anima serves as a bridge between the rational, structured ego and the deeper, intuitive wisdom of the soul. When ignored or repressed, this force manifests as emotional imbalance, self-sabotage, and a disconnect from one's true nature. The anima is not just an abstract psychological concept, it is a living energy within. It reveals itself through dreams, emotions, creative impulses, and moments of deep introspection. Many individuals, especially those who suppress their emotions in favor of logic and control, struggle to hear the anima's voice. They may feel an inner restlessness, a sense that something is missing, despite external success. This is because the anima represents the part of the psyche that longs for meaning, depth, and spiritual connection, a part that modern society often encourages people to ignore. Ignoring the anima leads to emotional disconnection, a rigid ego, and an inability to access the full depth of one's psyche. Many who fail to integrate their anima end up trapped in cycles of destructive relationships, addictive behaviors, or endless distractions, all in an unconscious attempt to reconnect with what has been lost. The anima is not the enemy, it is the guide, the force that urges individuals to seek wholeness, to go beyond mere survival, and engage with life on a deeper level. But doing this requires courage, the willingness to confront uncomfortable truths about oneself. Jung emphasized that the integration of the anima is not about rejecting the ego, but aligning it with the deeper self. The ego represents the conscious identity, the structure that allows individuals to function in the world. However, without the wisdom of the anima, the ego becomes rigid, controlling, and disconnected from authentic desires. Those who fail to listen to the anima often experience an internal war between who they think they should be and who they truly are. This conflict is at the root of many existential crises, creative blocks, and feelings of unfulfillment. Self-image is the foundation of personal transformation. The way individuals see themselves, their perceived strengths, weaknesses, and limitations, determines how they navigate life's challenges. A person with a strong self-image, rooted in self-respect and authenticity, will approach obstacles with resilience. Meanwhile, someone with a fragile or negative self-image will sabotage their own growth, making excuses, avoiding discomfort, and rejecting opportunities for transformation. This is why self-concept is the first battlefield. Before one can change externally, the internal perception of the self must be reconstructed. Jung understood that self-image is not just a conscious belief. It is deeply connected to the unconscious mind, the shadow, and the anima. Many people struggle with self-worth because they are in conflict with aspects of themselves they have not yet integrated. They may believe that they are weak, unworthy, or incapable of change, not because it is true, but because these beliefs have been reinforced through years of conditioning, trauma, or societal expectations. To break free, one must embark on a journey of self-confrontation, facing the stories, emotions, and unconscious forces that have shaped their identity. This is where the hero's journey comes into play. Every great myth follows the same structure. The hero starts in a familiar world, is called to adventure, faces trials, confronts their deepest fears, and emerges transformed. This is not just a literary device. It is a reflection of the psychological process of individuation. Those who wish to evolve must leave behind their old self, face discomfort, battle inner demons, and return stronger. This is why transformation often feels like death, because the old self must be destroyed to make way for the new. However, many modern individuals avoid this process by escaping into distractions, ideologies, or external validation. Confronting the shadow and the ego. The shadow is the part of ourselves that we deny, suppress, or refuse to acknowledge. It is made up of everything the ego has rejected: our fears, insecurities, impulses, and unresolved emotions. Jung believed that true individuation requires integrating the shadow, because whatever remains unconscious controls us from the depths. Many people live under the illusion that they are in full control of their actions and decisions, but in reality, they are ruled by hidden forces within themselves. Until the shadow is confronted, true transformation remains impossible. The ego, on the other hand, is the mask we wear to navigate the world. It is the structure that provides identity, rationality, and order, but it also resists anything that threatens its stability. The problem arises when the ego becomes too rigid, too attached to its own self-image, refusing to acknowledge the aspects of the psyche that contradict its narrative. This is why many individuals experience self-sabotage, inner conflict, or destructive patterns. Their ego is at war with the parts of themselves they refuse to accept. The more one denies the shadow, the more power it gains in the unconscious. Confronting the shadow is one of the most painful but necessary steps in the process of transformation. It requires honesty, courage, and a willingness to see oneself fully, both the strengths and the flaws. This is why people avoid it. It is far easier to blame external circumstances, seek validation, or escape into distractions than to face one's own darkness. But the truth is, whatever remains in the shadow will continue to manifest externally, whether in failed relationships, repeated mistakes, or persistent emotional turmoil. The world is a mirror reflecting what remains unresolved within. Jung saw the integration of the shadow as a key step in individuation because it brings wholeness and authenticity. When an individual acknowledges their shadow, they no longer feel the need to project their flaws onto others. They become more self-aware, less reactive, and more in control of their emotions and decisions. They stop being victims of their own unconscious drives and take full responsibility for their lives. This is not about eliminating the shadow, but about learning to work with it, channeling its energy constructively rather than being consumed by it. Knowledge without action is worthless. Many individuals convince themselves that they are growing simply because they are learning, reading books, watching lectures, engaging in deep discussions. But intellectual understanding is only the first step. True transformation requires application, experimentation, and the willingness to step into discomfort. Without action, all self-awareness remains theoretical, a concept rather than a lived reality. The difference between those who change and those who remain stagnant is not intelligence, but execution. Jung emphasized that transformation is not a purely intellectual process. It is an active engagement with life. This means making difficult choices, taking risks, and stepping into the unknown. Many people resist action because they fear failure, but what they fail to realize is that inaction is a decision in itself, a decision to remain the same. Every moment spent overthinking, hesitating, or making excuses is a moment where transformation is delayed. Change does not happen in the mind, it happens in motion. This is why the warrior mindset is essential for personal growth. A warrior does not wait for the perfect moment to act. They move forward despite uncertainty, despite fear, despite obstacles. Those who sit on the sidelines, waiting to feel ready, waiting for the right conditions, waiting for motivation, will never begin. The process of transformation itself generates the strength needed to continue. Just as a muscle grows through resistance, the mind becomes stronger through deliberate action, struggle, and persistence. However, taking action does not mean reckless movement. It means aligned, intentional steps toward growth. This could be confronting a fear, setting a clear goal and following through, breaking a destructive habit, or simply pushing oneself beyond the limits of comfort. Many fail to act because they feel overwhelmed, believing they need to have everything figured out before they begin. But transformation is not about knowing the entire path. It is about taking the next step, and then the next. One of the most frustrating aspects of personal growth is self-sabotage, the tendency to undermine one's own success just when progress is being made. It happens in fitness, relationships, career, personal transformation. An individual works hard, gains momentum, and then suddenly they slip back into old patterns, lose discipline, or abandon their efforts altogether. This cycle is not due to laziness or a lack of intelligence. It is the result of unresolved inner conflicts. The ego fears change, and when growth becomes too real, it triggers resistance to pull a person back into the familiar. Jung understood that self-sabotage is often the result of an unconscious fear of transformation. Many people say they want success, happiness, or self-mastery, but deep down, they are terrified of what change requires. Who will they become if they let go of their past identity? Will they still be accepted by those around them? What if success creates new expectations they are not prepared to handle? These hidden fears create psychological resistance, leading people to create excuses, distractions, or even self-destructive behaviors that prevent them from moving forward. Another major cause of self-sabotage is a weak self-image. If an individual has spent years believing they are not good enough, not disciplined, not worthy of success, their subconscious will work to confirm that belief, even if their conscious mind desires change. This is why some people fear failure, while others fear success. If a person does not truly believe they are someone who can handle transformation, they will unconsciously reject any progress that contradicts their self-concept. The mind fights to maintain its identity, even when that identity is limiting. Breaking the cycle of self-sabotage requires deep self-awareness and deliberate action. First, one must recognize the patterns. Where do they tend to sabotage themselves? When does discipline start to fade? What emotions or fears arise when progress is made? Next, they must consciously choose a new response. Instead of retreating into old habits, one must push through resistance, proving to the mind that change is not a threat, but a necessity. The role of conformity in society. Conformity plays a critical role in shaping social structures, but not without consequences. Society often imposes expectations, whether related to appearance, career paths, or behavior, that urge individuals to adhere to certain norms. On one hand, these expectations provide coherence and stability, but on the other, they can suppress individuality and stifle personal growth. Many individuals find themselves living a life that is congruent with society's rules, but not necessarily aligned with their own truth or aspirations. Conformity becomes a cage when people begin to prioritize societal approval over personal fulfillment. In modern society, conformity is reinforced in numerous ways, through media, education, and social expectations. From a young age, we are taught to fit into predetermined roles. We are expected to act, think, and perform in ways that make us acceptable in the eyes of others. This widespread pressure to conform can lead to the erasure of self-awareness, where individuals stop asking the important question, "What do I want?" Instead, they turn their focus on asking what is expected of me. The more people follow these societal dictates without questioning, the more they become enslaved by the collective will, unable to hear their own inner voice. However, not all conformity is inherently bad. There is a certain comfort and security in group identity. It offers belonging, a sense of community, and shared values. But when these values suppress diversity of thought or demand obedience over individuality, the costs become too high. The unhealthy side of conformity is seen when societal structures begin to prioritize the collective good over individual rights. For instance, the demands placed on people to live up to unrealistic standards of success, whether in the form of wealth, appearance, or status, can lead to mental health crises, identity confusion, and feelings of inadequacy. Jung warned against the dangers of blind conformity, believing that true personal transformation can only occur when we break free from the confines of societal expectations. His philosophy promotes individuation, the process of becoming who you are meant to be, not what society has dictated. To do so requires inner courage and a willingness to confront the discomfort that comes from standing apart from the group. True personal growth begins when we stop seeking approval and start living authentically, based on our own values and inner wisdom. The evolution of social systems from religion to technology has seen the development of structures that control and influence individual behavior. In the past, religious systems like Christianity played a dominant role in shaping societal values, often dictating what was considered moral or acceptable. The Church held significant power, guiding individual conduct through a framework of rules and moral codes. While religion provided coherence and structure, it also often suppressed personal freedom, demanding obedience over individuality. These religious institutions maintained control by promoting conformity to shared beliefs, restricting independent thought and personal expression. With the rise of modern technology and the internet, the nature of control has shifted. Now, social media platforms, smartphones, and global communication networks function as the new social systems, shaping collective behavior and consciousness. Social networks have replaced religious institutions as the primary force governing individual identity and thought. The control is subtler than ever before. Peer pressure, validation, and groupthink are reinforced daily by algorithms that prioritize content based on popularity rather than quality. This leads to a conformist digital society, where individuality is sacrificed in favor of accepting the status quo promoted by the majority. This shift in power has led to the modern nervous system of society, where individuals are constantly connected and constantly influenced by the views and behaviors of those around them. The media's role is crucial in this process, as it controls not only what we see but how we interpret the world. News outlets, advertisements, and social media influencers dictate popular culture and enforce norms that we are expected to adopt. While religious systems once imposed conformity, today's media plays the same role, but with an even more pervasive reach, shaping our desires, beliefs, and actions in ways we may not even consciously realize. The key difference between traditional religious systems and modern technological systems is the sheer volume and immediacy of information. Unlike religious dogmas, which required structured adherence, today's social networks offer more subtle and constant reinforcement of groupthink. Peer pressure is immediate, and the reward system, likes, shares, and comments, keeps individuals coming back for more. The modern nervous system is designed to reinforce group identity and suppress individuality. It creates an environment where social acceptance is the ultimate goal, and the individual becomes secondary to the collective. In a world that is increasingly driven by social media, peer pressure, and group identity, reclaiming individuality can seem like a daunting task. Modern society places immense pressure on individuals to conform to specific standards, whether it's related to fashion, behavior, or even beliefs. There's a pervasive idea that fitting in is the key to social acceptance, and those who don't conform often face isolation or ridicule. Yet, the journey of self-discovery and personal growth requires the courage to step outside of these societal norms and embrace your unique path. Hermeticism encourages us to understand that true freedom comes from aligning with our inner truth rather than the expectations of others. We all carry within us a portion of the divine essence, and it's up to each of us to recognize and express that in our own way. This sacred responsibility means rejecting the pressure to fit in and instead focusing on personal development. Through self-awareness, we learn to appreciate our differences and embrace our individuality, rather than seeing it as something to be suppressed or hidden. To reclaim your individuality in a world of conformity requires a deep commitment to self-knowledge. It means resisting the urge to simply follow trends or do what is expected of you. Introspection becomes a vital tool in this process, as it allows you to examine your values, principles, and desires, free from external influence. The more authentic you become, the more you'll notice that society's expectations lose their grip on you. This process may not always be easy, as it often involves confronting the parts of yourself that feel insecure or vulnerable. But embracing this inner strength is crucial for spiritual growth and self-actualization. As we navigate the complexities of the modern world, we can often feel the tension between individual expression and societal pressures. This tension is particularly pronounced in social networks, where the desire for validation and acceptance often leads people to conform to popular opinions. But understanding that true fulfillment doesn't come from external validation, but from living authentically, is a critical realization. Reclaiming individuality is about choosing to follow your own inner compass, even if it means walking a different path than the majority. The relationship between the individual and society has always been a complex one. In many ways, society can be seen as both a nurturing force and a confining structure. On one hand, society provides support, stability, and a sense of belonging. On the other hand, it can also impose expectations that limit individual expression and creativity. The struggle between individual authenticity and societal pressure is at the heart of many philosophical, spiritual, and existential challenges. Hermeticism offers a framework for understanding this dynamic, suggesting that the key to personal growth lies in balancing personal authenticity with societal expectations. Society, particularly in the modern world, is often seen as a force of conformity, pushing individuals to fit into pre-established roles. Whether it's through education, family values, or cultural norms, individuals are frequently conditioned to follow paths that others have set for them. This pressure can cause people to suppress their true selves, leading to feelings of unfulfillment and disconnection. Jung teaches us that the way to transcend this pressure is by aligning with the universal laws, rather than blindly following the dictates of society. In the struggle between individuality and societal expectations, one of the most important aspects to consider is personal responsibility. Hermetic teachings suggest that each person is responsible for their own spiritual path and growth. While society may provide a framework for living, it is ultimately up to the individual to choose their path and embody their truth. This doesn't mean rejecting society altogether, but instead transforming societal influences into personal wisdom. The key is to harmonize with the universal laws and divine essence, which will guide us through the challenges of navigating social dynamics while still remaining true to our inner selves. As we grow spiritually and become more aware of our own divine essence, we begin to transcend the limitations of societal expectations. This transcendence allows us to create change within the structures of society, rather than merely conforming to them. Individuals who align with their true essence have the power to inspire others, fostering a society where authenticity is celebrated rather than suppressed. The connection between self and society becomes one of mutual growth, where society benefits from the collective wisdom of individuals who have embraced their unique roles in the cosmic plan. Finally, the balance between individuality and society is a lifelong process. It requires constant reflection and adjustment as we navigate the complex relationship between personal freedom and collective harmony. By embracing our individuality, we become stronger and more capable of contributing to the greater good, not through sacrifice of self, but through the expression of our highest potential. When we live authentically, we become catalysts for change, influencing society from a place of strength and wisdom.